Hello, my friends. How you doing? Good to see you, everybody. David Snedeker here with the IndoctriNATION. So glad that you could join us on this Monday evening. We are slowly creeping up over 500 beautiful humans in the house, and I wanted to make sure that I got a little late jump start, so apologies for that, but wanted to make sure I got in the Sned Shed and coming to you here. Also, right here on this camera as well. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a great weekend. I hope that you had a restful weekend and are ready for another week of battle. We are definitely, experiencing tyranny at a very, very high level, and I'm experiencing quite a bit of it here in California. We're going to talk to you about California a little bit today. We're going to talk to you a little bit about Washington. Todd and Cindy are going to come on a little bit later, and we've got some good stuff for you tonight. And I hope that I'm going to do a few things before I get into my monologue, because I want to make sure that we get a full house for that, because it's very important and something that I've been thinking a lot about today. We had a walkout today in California for against the vax mandate for the schools. So many people took part, participated in that, and wanting to let their schools know, let the state know that they are not happy with medical tyranny, and that's exactly what we're experiencing. So I will get in a little bit of that later on in the Truthcast. But let me get to the chat and say hello to everybody. How you doing? I hope you had an awesome weekend, as I mentioned, and I did had a great restful weekend. And how many of you saw the interview with Jim and Jasmine on Saturday? I was very grateful for them to make that time, and for Jim to just share so much of his awareness around the world and what's going on in the world. And so I hope you enjoyed that interview. We had about 500 live. It was very smallest show I've done in probably well over a year. But it was Saturday afternoon. You guys didn't know what time it was coming on, so. But I think it's had quite a few. I think we're well over 4,000 views on that now. Well over it. I think we're probably even more than that. That was when I checked on Sunday. I think we're at 4,000. So I appreciate you all checking that out. It was an hour and a half interview, and Jim talking a little bit about his colloidal silver that they make, but also mainly about what's happening in the world and how crazy things have gotten. So welcome one and all. The other thing too is how many of you saw my interview with M. Seeker of Truth on which we did last week, as you know, and he posted part one on Saturday. Had a really great conversation with him, and we're going to continue that conversation probably in a part three, I believe. And he is. I tell you, folks, it was a good show, right? Thank you, guys. And thanks for all the great comments. I just was checking out some of the YouTube comments on M. Seeker, and just fabulous content. Holly Marsh bought a 32-ounce bottle of Saint Solutions. Folks, I'll tell you, there are no better people to support, and there is no better product out there for colloidal silver than Saint Solutions and Jim and Jasmine's product. And you literally will be supporting a father-daughter business, and supporting the show as well, and also supporting a local and a craftsman. Jim is a craftsman at what he does with his colloidal silver, and it is really fantastic. So please, if you haven't, please check out, go to theindoctrination.com and go to Market and scroll down to Saints Solutions. So you can see everything on theindoctrination.com. And then just shifting gears back over to M. M is doing this planet a great service with holding people accountable for the things that they say and do. And here's a guy who is in the mental health field, and he literally saw people who had major problems because of their following Charlie and Simon. And so he set out to expose them so other people would not be harmed by their information, by the things that they're doing, both financially and mentally and emotionally. So, take it for what it's worth. But I tell you, I vet people I get involved with quite extensively. So I'm not going to sit and speak to a guy 4 hours who I don't have a great deal of respect for. So I hope that your respect, is similar to mine, just because of the facts of the situation, not, liking somebody because I do. But just know that I've vetted them before I put them in front of you. And he's solid. So much thanks to M. And thank you all for jumping over there and subscribing to M. And also, some of you subscribe to Intel Lady, I know, and who's one of his panelists, and she's fantastic on YouTube as well. And so, all right, my friends. So here we are on this Monday evening. We're 850 in the house. Low numbers for tonight, for some reason. Normally we'd be well over 1,000 by now. I wonder if there's something that's not going through. Do we have D Live in the house? We got Twitch in the house. Do we have YouTube in the house? Facebook, Twitter, and it doesn't look like Twitter is active. Let me know if you're watching on Twitter, please. All right. Welcome one and all. Let's check our codes, my friends. If you're new here, welcome. If you've found us because of maybe one of the interviews from this weekend, welcome. You're among friends. You're among nearly 1,000. Todd just said, better get the numbers up or I'm going to have to cancel. So please share this out, okay? Because we don't want Todd canceling on us tonight. Todd brought bombs last week, okay? You can call them booms or you can call them bombs, but I'm telling you, he brought it last week. So if you're new, welcome. You're among friends. We have mods. The mod squad is making sure to keep the riffraff out of the chat rooms. So you're not going to have to put your dukes up. You're not going to have to defend yourself here. All we ask is that you open your mind and be kind. And we do that by checking our coats. We imagine that we're coming into the Sned shed here, nice and warm. And you've got this big bulky coat on that represents your ego, the indoctrination, unconscious bias, preconceived notions. And you wear that to protect you from the elements outside, but you're coming into a safe, warm environment. So we ask you to take that coat off, check it at the coat check, grab your claim ticket, grab a snack, grab a drink, your favorite person, your favorite your favorite pet. Come on in. Cheers. Let's download some information. And let's turn our minds on full blast because we need them in this war that we find ourselves in. All right. I want to get straight to the show notes, and then like I said, I'm going to jump into a bit of a monologue about a few minutes in to the truth cast. So let me get the show notes up and running here. Special thanks to Christy Nance Taylor, our producer, for all the work done on this. Mismanaged Monday. Tonight on the Indoctrination with David Snedeker, where the news unlocks the map. Trump sues. U.S. Marshals inspect D.C. jails. Update the resignation list. Drops deltas, decodes, and much more. Again, folks, non-headline news. We get the headline stuff. We get a lot of the other stuff too. But if you send it to us, we give you props. And limit your submissions to the best 7 articles. We get thousands of emails, so please limit your submissions. Hundreds. I'm being facetious with thousands, but we get a lot. Please send them both to Snedheads Bubby, which is our dear Barbara Ressler, and Christy Nance at Ymail. And please read this subject line. Links work best. Videos. Share your opinion. What and why. We want you to engage in this process. We don't want you just sharing a link. We want to know what you think about it. Okay. We want your input. Show contributors tonight: Melissa Grzybowski, Trump at 17, Jim Rice, Jen Davis, Texas Wolf, Chris, Brenda Kung, Marianne Simone, and Rick Duplantis. President Trump, we go right to President Trump. Why? Because his voice has been silenced by big tech. So we're going to give him props. We're going to give him love right here. And here's the first thing we're going to is a link that he points us to. If polls are right, Dems are doomed. If they're wrong, it's worse. In less than 3 months, Biden's approval rating has tumbled from a remarkable position in a polarized nation to the lowest of all but 2 presidents since 1945. Dems are panicked, though refusing to course correct. In other words, they're not making adjustments to the massive problems that people are having issues with. It's unbelievable. So here's the poll last week went from Biden underwater across the board at 45%, at 40 on the economy, 44 on healthcare, 40 on national security, 33 on immigration, and 36 on foreign policy. The only number not underwater was Biden's COVID approval of 49 to 48. What is that? 49 to 46%, 30 points lower than it was last spring. So even that's tumbling, right? It's just he's gone from bad to worse, basically, and so that's President Trump is just pointing that out. Not that he should have to, because it's obvious through what we're experiencing as a society. But here's the other thing. Here's a great article on the Washington Examiner. Why didn't the in the Washington Examiner, why didn't the Abraham Accords win the Nobel Peace Prize? Folks, President Trump brought peace to the Middle East between Israel and United Arab. Let me try that again. I'm going too fast. He brought peace between Israel and the UAE. See, that's easier. UAE. I'm going to go with that. United Arab Emirates. Okay. Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco. Okay. These people weren't talking. They did not like each other. And he brought peace between them. And he's not, we've been talking about peace in the Middle East. That's been a goal of the United States leadership since I've been alive, and he did it, and he doesn't get the peace prize, but Obama got it, and he didn't do anything. Folks, the Nobel family has been trying to get back control of the Peace Prize for a very, very long time, and they are not happy with the decisions being made here, and I hope they get it back because it's a sham. I'm not even going to get into who got it because it's unbelievable that President Trump did not get it for the work that he did. Folks, crisis at the southern border by the numbers. This was a couple days ago, but and it's been in the show notes, but I have not gotten to it. But it's just insane what's going on down there. 213,000 encounters. 213,534. The highest monthly total. That was in July. In 2 decades. 2 decades. Okay. August was almost as bad as September. Okay. And with 208,887. 305 accompanied minors. Okay. 83,000 individuals in a family unit in July. 86,000 in August. This is just absolutely tragic. And there is no policy other than come on in, come on over, okay? 18,000 encounters with lone children in July, 2,509 last year. 18,847 in August, 3,000 in 2020. Do you see the differences in leadership here? It's never been more clear than it is right now as to what's going on and how badly we are being played by this Obama administration in this ridiculous show that we are a part of right now. So this is all coming out. This is George News, my friends. We have not had it verified with mainstream media, but there's a lot that isn't verified with mainstream media. But let me just read this to you. Well, let me give you the highlights, right? Trump is obviously bringing to light the absolute shit show in the Biden administration. And he filed a lawsuit in defense of the Constitution, the office of the president, and the future of our nation, all of which the sham unselect committee is trying to destroy. The fact is America is under assault by Pelosi's communist-style attempt to silence and destroy America First patriots through his hyper-partisan and illegitimate investigation. Pelosi, by the way, rumors through Maria Bartiromo that she may be stepping aside after she puts through this massive spending bill that will make her richer than she is right now, like probably double her riches, with all the kickbacks that she'll have coming in with that. So she's taken off. She supposedly, according to Maria, but Christy reminded me that Maria put out something like that a couple months ago about Pelosi, right? So take that with a grain of salt. January 6th committee is a partisan sham to distract Americans from the Democrats' policies that are killing and robbing Americans. For example, border crisis, flooding our communities with drugs and gangs while costing taxpayers billions. It is, by the way, costing us billions. Democrats' mismanagement of COVID exposed America's elderly to deadly disease, forced them to die alone. By defunding the police and embracing criminals, Democrats have made our cities less safe. The unconstitutional mandates are destroying the economy. The media is complicit in advancing the committee's unconstitutionally flawed request. The committee exposed itself as a sham by requesting documents which serve no legitimate legislative purpose. What does President Trump's campaign polling data from Florida have to do with an investigation into January 6th? Okay, the legal argument, 3 pillars. No legitimate legislative purpose. The request fails to meet the basic requirements of fulfilling a legislative process. Not just overly broad, it requests documents including campaign polling data. And what does Congress hope to learn from this? Polling shows Biden's approval cratering in 2022, slipping out of Democrats' grasp. No wonder the Dems and media want to distract America from. The surrender in Afghanistan, you know it all, right? And so there's no legitimate legislative purpose, okay? And it's the legislature, it's the legislature trying to use basically the judicial, trying President Trump to take down the executive. And except supposedly he's not the president anymore. So why are they even bothering with him? Because they know he's coming back. They know that the election's going to be overturned. And so they have to project. They have to project. What I say this morning, I was working on something. And you know how they say rejection is God's protection? Well, projection is the devil's protection. And that's what they use. And so I just came up with that this morning. And when I was working on my a little something I'm going to share with you here shortly. So so this is getting very interesting, and everything's coming to a head. 1291-61. I can't read that. Beautiful Snedheads in the theater in the Sned Shed. Welcome everybody. My name is David Snedeker. If you're new, let us know, because there's plenty of people that would love to make you feel at home as you are joining us in our home here in the Sned Shed. So come on in, make yourself comfortable, check your coat. All your preconceived notions, unconscious bias, indoctrination, just check it at the door. You're safe here. You don't need to put your dukes up. We got mods in the rooms. We got beautiful people who are keeping the rooms nice and friendly, and so you're good here. The U.S. Marshals are conducting inspections at the D.C. jail, where January 6 defendants are held after a judge called for a probe into the treatment of the inmates. That's from Disclosed TV. By the way, show notes, my friends. If you are looking for the show notes, some of the Sneds will drop them in the chat, but also on the IndoctriNATION.com. Okay. Go to the IndoctriNATION.com. Key things here. Where we're going to be live, where you might want to donate, the marketplace, the shop if you want some Sned gear, some awesome gear here. All right, camo hat, just awesome stuff. And but here's the key: either here, scroll down and go to show notes, which will take you to Mismanaged Monday, and there you got our show notes for today, folks. You can copy this, you can share it. I'd love you to say, hey, got this from the Snedheads over at the Indoctrination. But you don't have to. Just share this information, okay? Just get this stuff out there. And each show, we have multiple pages. Tonight we have 25 pages of show notes. And we do that every night, and we share those with you so that you can utilize them and do your own research as well. Tell me you're in a cult without telling me you're in a cult, okay? Getting a vaccine card tattooed on your arm, okay, there's some serious issues at hand here, okay? There's some serious issues. So, folks, Colin Powell died today, and I just want to say this. Colin Powell is, don't want to speak ill of the dead, right? Let's just see what mainstream media, how they cover this. Hold on. Sorry. We are not getting the audio from that for some reason. But that's okay. We don't need that coverage. This dude is a part of the deep state, and so what's interesting is when you look at him, He died at the age, I believe, at 84. Okay, and he died of COVID, or so we're told, and he also was fully vaccinated. Okay, fully vaccinated. All right. So no, nothing about comorbidities. You know the yeah. So you got the mainstream coverage of this, but I will tell you this, that Q said, look at the deaths, look at the resignations, and look at those that are not running for office. Also, do we know he died of COVID? Because they're jumping up the numbers again as best they can by calling everything COVID. Uh, the coronavirus deaths reported 50,365 total UK deaths. Look at the fine print. Deaths for any reason within 28 days of a positive test. So anybody that goes into a hospital is going to be tested, most likely PCR tested, which you remember the gentleman who invented the PCR test said it is not to be used for SARS. Okay, it's not accurate. And with the amount of cycles they use, which for the unvaccinated, they use far more cycles than they do. They use far more cycles with unvaccinated than they do with vaccinated. They go from 38 to 45 cycles on the PCR test down to like late 20s, early 30s if you're vaccinated. Why? Because they wanted to spread the narrative that the vaxxed got COVID less, but they're not even being able to control that narrative right now. And so they have to fudge these numbers still. So any COVID test, if you're positive and you die of anything within 28 days, they're calling it COVID. Right? They're calling it COVID. It's crazy. Just checking the chat. Everything okay? We're at 1,400, rising up to 1,500 in the theater. Are all the platforms operating, folks? And Southwest is asking the court to reject. Think about this. They're asking the court to reject the effort of the pilots union to temporarily block the company from carrying out its mandate. That ain't cool, Southwest, and you're going to get denied. Okay? You're going to get denied. And if not, the judges are going to be denied. In other words, we're going to seek real justice for these judges. Okay? Let's see. Kelly, yes, with the amount of people mourning his death in this country, tell us exactly how asleep people still are. Well said. I mean, that is, we're talking about Colin Powell, I'm sure. And, the public perception of these people is far, far different than who they really are. And I can't speak to what kind of man he is to his family, to his children, to his grandchildren, but I will tell you this, that he was a part of a team that murdered a lot of humans. A lot of humans, okay? David Zublik said Colin is not dead. He is at the spa, was arrested or in protection for the trials. Now, this is an area where I don't really get into, and here's why. I like David Zublik, but he does say a lot of things that can't be verified. And so it's like, we can't verify it, so you don't know it's true. And so, we've heard before that if they get COVID, they've been arrested. If they die from COVID, they were assassinated. So we hear stuff like that, but we're definitely, I believe, seeing cue play out with the resignations, with the deaths, and with the lack of running again. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Southwest. Okay, and they're saying that they have to do it by December 8th. Under federal rules, and cited President Joe Biden's September 9th announcement that federal workers and contractors need to get the shot unless they're granted a medical or religious exemption. Southwest said it has to require federal vaccines because the airline is a federal contractor that flies government cargo and employees and provides it with other services. Okay? Couple things on that paragraph there. First of all, just because a president makes an announcement doesn't make it law. Presidents aren't allowed to do that. Their press conferences are not law. They're not even executive orders. Furthermore, it's the media that is saying that these people must do this. So these organizations like Southwest, they're not going based on law. They're going based on what Joe Biden told them. And my recommendation to Southwest, and I'm talking about this as somebody who flies Southwest quite a bit, you're going to lose me. You're going to lose a lot of people. You're going to lose a lot of people if you push this bullshit any further. Okay? And you watch. Just like NBA, just like the NFL. Watch the numbers plunge. People, hey, we could fly to Vegas. No, we're driving. We could fly there. No, we'll drive. And that's even with the cost of gasoline. People would rather give their business elsewhere but watch the airlines that don't push this too far. Watch everyone book with them. In Southwest, you should be ashamed of yourselves. You should be ashamed of yourselves, really. And people, let them know. If you like Southwest, call them. Reach out to them, okay? Thank you to the Epic Times for that bit. Going to watch this Project Veritas Insider video. This guy has come on Project Veritas before, but he was hidden, okay? Now he has exposed himself, and so he's being quite brave, and we'd like to applaud that. And hopefully, let me see, where's my audio? Where's my damn audio that I can't do this? All right, I'll figure it out. I'll make it work. I don't know where the hell my system audio went. Here we go. Let's check this out.
Violent criminals, including members of the 18th Street Gang, obtaining work visas, applying to sponsor unaccompanied minor children.
We know that they're involved in specifically sex trafficking, who's trying to become the sponsor for one of these children. If in that time you inform the U.S. government that you have some type of fear of that your life is in jeopardy, and you're put in what's called reasonable fear, and there's also one called credible fear. Once you make the declaration of my life is in danger, I may be harmed if I'm returned home, you're taken off the watch list. And so that makes it the giant loophole.
Are you willing to go public?
I am.
Tell us who you are and what you do.
My name is Aaron Stevenson. I'm a federal employee with the Department of Homeland Security. Officially, I'm an intelligence research specialist for USCIS.
So these guys are trafficked, kidnapped, smuggled children. Mm-hmm. And they're let into the country because they claim a, quote, reasonable fear for their safety if they go back to their home country.
Correct.
And that, in your view, that's a loophole.
Well, it is, because it's an informal interview done with an asylum officer in which if there's any evidence provided at all, it's not able to be viewed outside of their own workforce.
Do they deny the reasonable fear?
You will see plenty that get picked up by Border Patrol or CBP. Mm-hmm. And in the initial interview, they ask them, like, do you have a fear of being returned home to your country? You will see all the time they say no. And then the day later, 2 days later, when they begin the process and to be removed, they will then say, oh, no, yeah, totally. I have a fear to be removed.
So eventually, they'll get the reasonable fear expectation. They just have to keep appealing.
Yes.
So there's nothing, there's no,
There's no brakes on the car.
what made you decide to go public?
This is going to be the biggest change to immigration policy in my lifetime. It's being done without anybody knowing what's going on about it, and there's been no coverage for the American people to know what's going on.
So what are we looking at here?
This is an email sent out by the director of USCIS, which notified us about a rule change coming forward, which is going to shift the adjudicative authority of defensive asylum away from immigration judges and giving it to asylum officers, which are USCIS.
Okay,
And
so
that
this is public information.
It is, yes.
This is a proposed rule. They want to expedite the adjudication process to get immigrants into the United States. Is the USCIS a taxpayer-funded agency?
No, so USCIS is fee funded. All of its operations, all of its cover, overhead, everything is based on the fees that are filed by aliens when they adjust. Aliens, of course, paying anybody who's not a U.S. citizen.
Why should people be concerned about the USCIS charging these fees for these processes?
There leaves very little accountability to the public when this kind of operation exists. And when you couple that with giving the adjudicative authority away from an immigration judge to an asylum officer, you're removing any type of public pressure that they could apply on policies that they're creating then. If the asylum officers get this ability to do so, I will say it's going to be a rubber stamp of immediately getting credible fear or reasonable fear to be able to stay in the country if they're going to be deported, but then an immediate process right away to show that they're going to be getting defensive asylum. And that's going to exist very quickly, also their path to citizenship. Within a year of getting defensive asylum, they can adjust their status to a lawful permanent resident or an LPR. 3 years from there, they can apply to naturalize to become a U.S. citizen. So it's fast tracking, and that's the only thing that this is looking to consider. And the actual rule proposal is looking to make it quicker. That's it. They don't want a backlog. It's not over until the alien wins. We know what's going to happen. We know that we have no teeth. We have no ability to stop any type of actual benefit being provided,
Right.
whether the person is a TOC alien, a terrorist, nefarious state actor, all sorts of them.
Not over until the alien wins
Right, because they'll just appeal whatever the decision is,
and eventually win.
they'll keep going to court until they win.
You're telling me that the transference from immigration judges to USCIS effectively means no accountability and
There'll be none. Again, USCIS is a fee-funded agency, so it's not like even Congress can really put the squeeze politically.
and this has inspired you to come out to Project Veritas.
It has.
What is your employment status right now?
I'm a day-to-day employee. I currently work for headquarters under USCIS, but I'm a remote employee.
So what do you think they're going to do in response to you speaking to me?
I will lose my job.
Are you afraid of that?
No, because I think this is more urgent for people to realize, because this policy change is going to continue to drive in any alien that they deem fit. This will drive a massive swing in immigration law.
So there's a website, regulations.gov, your voice in federal decision making. I've frankly never heard of this before. And you can attach files and comment on what the federal government is doing. So this appears to be a call to action for American citizens to be engaged, to let their voices heard to the bureaucracy there in the federal government.
Correct, and this one ends the 18th. Will not be
October
included.
18th.
October 18th, yeah.
What's next for you?
My take right now is not focused on myself enough to get beyond this point. My point right now is this thing has to get done first. I've been doing federal service for basically my entire career. I did 8 years in the Marines. I contracted for 2.5 years after that, but for DOD. And then I've been working as a federal employee since 2012. I've been there for 17.5 years. Like, I'm not going to get my pension.
You're
I just
giving
can't
up
do
your
it.
pension,
Well, I'm not going to get one because I won't have enough time anymore.
and you're going to inspire other people to come out, right?
I hope, but a lot of it is too, because I do tell my kids, like, you always have to do the right thing, however you define what's right in your life. Like, you have your own moral compass, follow it. There's more out there than just you. So when you come across something that's wrong, you have to be willing to stand up to it. And if no one does, then it's on you. You have to.
Some people oscillate between despair and hopelessness, and I think you said something a little profound.
I wouldn't say it's going to be, it wouldn't oscillate. I would say it's more of an order in which it's going to be despair than hope.
So you're actually hopeful.
I am.
How so?
Because the despair part is realizing all these things going on right now. This is just one small part. When people leave comments on that page, and when people call their representative, when they call their senators, however they want to do it, I think that's going to be a good start.
So you think it'll get worse before it gets better.
Yes.
Sort of has to get worse before it gets better.
It's like a sickness. You're going to get sicker before you get better.
Power, Deception, Propaganda. A new book by James O'Keefe. Pre-order now at AmericanMuckraker.com.
Folks, as I've mentioned, James O'Keefe is somebody that we should support. So I hope that you are following James, and Project Veritas is, in their own words, and more people are coming forward with this, and so this is real information coming from the inside, and we need to pay attention as best we can and do what we can to spread the word and get it out there as to what is actually happening at the border and other areas of the thing. Just saw a chat in, and I just want to share this. Bonnie, I see that there's no need to put other truthers down. It's up for us to decide. It doesn't do him any favors to put other people down. I'm very disappointed in Dave lately for doing this. I've gotten to where I can't take his monologue for that reason. So Bonnie, why are you here? I mean, honestly, if you're disappointed in me, I'm not saying leave. You do what you want to do, but if you don't believe that what I'm telling you and the things that I'm talking about is worth, paying attention to, then why be here? And by the way, it's up for you to decide. It's also up for me to decide who I'm going to listen to, right? And so I'm going to decide who I'm going to listen to as well. And my audience wants to know that. People want to know what I think about certain individuals who call themselves truthers. And just because you call yourself a truther doesn't make you a truther. I literally did a video this weekend with M. Seeker of Truth, who even if he called himself something else, he is seeking the truth, and he's doing a hell of a good job about it, and he exposed Charlie Ward. Now, if you want to go watch Charlie Ward, honestly, go. But this man exposed 30 reasons why he doesn't trust Charlie Ward, and that we need accountability in this movement. This is war. We don't have time for bullshit. We don't have time for people that are faking it. We don't have time for this, and we don't have the energy for it. So I'm gonna say whatever the hell I want. You know why? Because this is my show. If you got a problem with it, I don't mind you stating that. I don't mind that. I'm going to acknowledge it. I'm going to address it. But just because they call themselves a truther doesn't mean they are. And there's a lot of people here that are wasting a lot of people's time by saying things that are going to happen on this date. They're saying they talked to Q. They're saying it's a lot of bullshit. Okay? And we're all trying to figure it out. And the way that they get your attention and the way that they get you to listen to them is by telling you that they have something you don't. You have it all. Okay? You have more than you know. That's what Q has told us. That's what I tell you. And I don't pretend to have more than you do. But the ones that do, they paint themselves into a corner. That's the bottom line. So if there's anything that we should be doing is calling out bullshit. Okay? Because we don't have time for it. We're in a fucking war here. We don't have time for people that are trying to get clicks and shares and trying to get their audience up because they've got intel for you. Got some intel for you, Q said no outside comms, okay? That means nobody's talking to them, all right? E, the friendly, called out 107. Is that right? Okay, interesting, Grace. I didn't know that, okay? Personally, I got a problem with a guy who's stealing valor from the Kennedys, okay? Oh, he didn't say he was JFK Jr. You know what else? He didn't say he wasn't, okay? He didn't say he wasn't. A lie of omission is still a lie, especially when you're stealing valor from probably the best family that has ever come through American politics, and people that were going to change the world. Jack and Bobby, they were going to change the world. And you're going to pretend to be their son, his son, Jack's son? Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a non-starter for me. Okay? So that's me. That's my show. You guys do what you want. I'm going to do what I want. And that's going to be calling out bullshit. So be a part of it or don't. But that's up to you. So let's see. You know, and also there's several things, folks. But just watch the interview with them. It speaks truth. And by the way, if you got a problem with M, bring the kind of receipts that he's brought to the people that he's exposed. Okay, all right. But and by the way, look at the response I got by sharing that out with other people in the truth community. Look at the response I got. I got cut off. Why? Because Steele needed Charlie because he was raising a bunch of money for a tour. And they needed money, and they needed Charlie on board because of his following. Okay? So check out M, Seeker of Truth, and check out the 30 reasons for why not to trust Charlie Ward. All right. Excuse me. Let's see. Folks, I want to talk about what went down in California today. Okay. So first off, how's the audio? Is the audio at a good level right now? Thank you, Christy. Appreciate that. You called out Charlie too. Yep. Yeah, I mean, we're deceived by others, folks. I mean, what's the difference between I don't know, Anderson Cooper and some of these other people? You can't be a sheep going from one pasture to another. You need critical thinking, and if you're watching some of these people, I challenge your critical thinking. Okay. Yeah, but he knows the real king, right, Sean? Exactly. So the sound 5.5, good. Okay, awesome. Okay. Yeah, Nino said he's given Juan till the end of October because Juan gave him a date, a definitive date in October. And that's what he said to me, and he couldn't tell me what it was because he promised that he wouldn't tell anybody. So, yeah. Dave and LT, and we know, are both humble, something many of the others lack. Thank you, Mike. LT, I think, is doing some phenomenal work, folks. If you don't know, and we know, I've shared and we know and LT more times than I can even count. So more times than I can even count. So I am wary. Negative 48. I don't know Negative 48. Never listened to Negative 48. There's a lot of people I don't listen to or I don't know. And part of the thing is, if they get 100,000 followers overnight, I challenge that. I question that, quite a bit. Right. Yeah, you're right. 107's given dates before. It turned out to be nothing burgers, right? Why? Because folks, they can't give that information out. They can't give that information. It's strategic. They can't give out dates. They can't give out definitives because it's strategic. They're giving away their strategy. You can't project what you're going to do out to the enemy. So please keep that in mind. It's a really important factor here in considering other people, in considering the things. So so here's what's going on. So today I thought, okay, it was very, very difficult. Okay. Very difficult day for me because what happened today was that there was a walkout of students in California to object to the vaccine mandate, which Newsom has already said that we're going to do next year if the FDA passes the thing. All right. So Robin, just email me, please, on your birthday booty. Yes, you did. You did awesome. So Newsom has already said that we're going to that he's going to mandate vaccination for children in schools if you want to go to school. Okay. So let's talk about that. First of all, people are fleeing California because of the tyranny. Okay. And so I want to read something to you from Rudolf Steiner. Now, Rudolf Steiner created the Waldorf School, which is where we have my daughter. The reason we have her in this school is because of the fact that they teach children according to their age and their development, and they also teach them how to think for themselves, how to literally critically think. Okay? Normally, education is as a teacher, I'm going to give you information as fact. You don't challenge it. You take that information as fact. You memorize it. You regurgitate it back to me, your teacher, and I will grade you on how well you parroted what I told you. Now, many of you who have experienced Christian education, Catholic education, public education, it's the same paradigm. Okay? Only breaking outside that paradigm if you're getting your kids outside of school and really teaching them to critically think despite the indoctrination of the education system. The education system of the public education system, literally, Charlotte Iserbert found out a long time ago that the intention, the mission statement was not to educate, but to create conformity. Okay? And so they've set up a structure to do exactly that. Now, Waldorf is different in that way because Waldorf teaches with asking questions, getting the school children to think, to actually challenge and to ask questions. Okay? Now, another thing Steiner was very into was he was an inventor. He created biodynamic farming, which is a farm that everything is recycled in the system, and it has to do with the moon and the stars and how you plant and when you plant and the whole bit, okay? And or homeschooling, right? Homeschooling, you can break free from that indoctrination, and that's why so many that are homeschooled are doing so well. So I want to read something to you from Rudolf Steiner. Eliminate the soul with medicine. Okay. He said this more than 100 years ago. I believe he said it in 1913. I believe is when he said this. He said, in the future, we will eliminate the soul with medicine under the pretext of a healthy point of view. There will be a vaccine by which the human body will be treated as soon as possible directly at birth, so that the human being cannot develop the thought of the existence of soul and spirit. To materialistic doctors will be entrusted the task of removing the soul of humanity. As today, people are vaccinated against this disease or that disease, so in the future, children will be vaccinated with a substance that can be produced precisely in such a way that people, thanks to this vaccination, will be immune to being subjected to the madness of spiritual life. He would be extremely smart, but he would not develop a conscience, and that is the true goal of some materialistic circles. With such a vaccine, you can easily make the etheric body loose in the physical body. Once the etheric body is detached, the relationship between the universe and the etheric body would become extremely unstable, and man would become an automaton for the physical body of man must be polished on this earth by spiritual will. So the vaccine becomes a kind of Hermetic force. I don't know that name, that word. Man can no longer get rid of a given materialistic feeling. He becomes materialistic of constitution and can no longer rise to the spiritual. Okay? Now, I've actually had somebody try to discredit me and my decision to send my daughter to the school developed by this man because of this quote, because they thought that he was for this. Meanwhile, this man was warning us of this. He was warning us of what was to come. Okay? And he was doing it over 100 years ago. Okay? Let me see. I'm not finding that word and what that, oh, here it is. Here it is. Aramanic. I don't know. It's still not giving it to me. So at any rate, if you find that out, please let me know. So what's going on here is you have Rudolf Steiner warning us about this over 100 years ago. So now you have parents. His name is Rudolf, Rudolf Steiner, Steiner. You have people who are sending their children to these schools because of this kind of a belief system. And so a majority of Waldorf students do not get those early childhood vaccines because people are like, we don't believe that scientifically that we should be putting mercury, thimerosal, aluminum, adjuvants, aborted fetal tissue, aborted fetal lines, the formaldehyde as a what do you call it? They use formaldehyde as a way to keep it fresh. Nanoadjuvants, yes. So we go into this school and we're like, yeah, we're not going to jab. So what is California doing? Well, one of the things that Hitler did not like this man. Hitler did not like his schools. Okay, he died in 25, but Hitler didn't like his schools, and Hitler tried to shut down the schools in Germany during the Third Reich. But that's what California is doing now. Because my question was, can a Waldorf Steiner or Waldorf Steiner inspired school, how do they survive tyranny? This kind of tyranny. And so then I went to, how does man survive tyranny? And there are 2 ways. 3 ways, really. The first way is you accept it. You accept the tyranny because you don't want your life changed. You don't want to have to do the other two, which are stand up and fight it or flee it. Okay? So instead of standing up or accepting it, many people are fleeing. Many people are getting out of California. Many people are fleeing, but they're still fighting. Like for us, next year, we're going to have to be in a different state. But as you know, I'm just changing bunkers because my bunker here in California is no longer safe because we are being forced to do things against our will. We're being forced to do things against our religion, against our philosophical beliefs, against our medical suggestion from our doctor. Okay? And so the problem is that what's happening is so that people can stay in this state or stay in their particular state, whether it be Washington, Oregon, New York, Michigan, some of these Illinois states that are just ridiculous and going over the top with this tyranny. Okay, Australia, right? In other countries as well. So what's happening is their option is to acquiesce to the tyranny. And many, what I'm finding is many are acquiescing if they're not strong. Remember, Jefferson said, in matters of taste, swim with the current, right? If the school decided that they wanted to, change the colors of the school colors, that's a matter of taste. I don't have an issue with that. If they want to change, they want to get some new picnic tables or they want to, paint the building, but I don't like the color of the building. These are all matters of taste. I swim with the current. But Jefferson said, in matters of principle, stand like a rock. I'm standing like a rock. And many of you are as well. But the problem with the rock is it erodes. If it gets hit enough with the water goes from refreshing to now taking pieces of us with it until we're not recognizable anymore. And so we must move. We must tumble away from the waterfall and find a safe location so that we may remain intact and fight again. And so as people acquiesce to this tyranny, what they don't realize, and this is so many people are having to do this, is they think they're doing themselves a favor so that they can keep their child in this special school. But the specialness of this school is deteriorating through the erosion of this tyranny. Our school is being destroyed because people have these philosophical, religious, and medical beliefs about these vaccines and aren't allowed the freedom to make the decision that works best for them and their family. And so those who acquiesce don't understand that what we're doing is we're building an invisible prison for our children, our children's children, their children, to eternity. We're giving them no future at all. So to acquiesce to tyranny now is building an invisible prison for our children. So the only option is to stand up against this tyranny, which was done today across California by people who are saying no to childhood vaccine mandates. Just like around the world, we're seeing people say no to vaccine papers. Okay? forced vaccinations in pilots and forced vaccinations in employees. We see some employees, like the U.S. Postal Service, completely exempt from any forced vaccination. Okay, we see, some people like Biden without his mask on when he's enforcing these mask mandates, which again, another non-law. Okay, so yeah, we're already in an invisible prison. We're just making it worse. Yeah, good call. Right. So for us, unfortunately, I'll have to change bunkers. I'll have to change states because we are not willing to acquiesce to any tyranny. And so we're no longer safe here. My daughter can no longer get an education. And the saddest part about this whole thing is that my daughter has the same teacher she's had for 8 years. That's how they do it in Waldorf. Same teacher from 1st through 8th grade. If this happened when we were in 6th grade, she would have had to leave her class, her core group. And her class started with 23, is now at 6. The class behind her started at 22, is now at 8. This tyranny is destroying this education system, which is unlike any other, and it discriminates against the Waldorf community, just like the vax mandates are discriminating against the African American community, because the black community is not getting this vax in the numbers of the white and Hispanic community, because they know their history. The Jewish population could take a big lesson from the black population because they have forgotten their history. And they are acquiescing to this tyranny, just like they acquiesced to the tyranny in World War II. But the numbers are greater and the stakes are greater here than they were in World War II. And people don't realize that yet, that are still asleep. So, we must stand against tyranny, and that's what we're doing. That's what this digital battlefield is all about. And I'm glad to be in this bunker with you all, and I'm glad to be in this fight with you all. So let's move on. Here's another quote by Steiner before we go on. This is from 1917. Okay, he did a number of lectures. He is very prolific, and he said, "I have told you that the spirits of darkness are going to inspire their human hosts, in whom they will be dwelling, to find a vaccine that will drive all inclination toward spirituality out of people's souls when they are still very young." That's Rudolf Steiner. And let me ask you this. If we were if we had Rudolf Steiner, Gavin Newsom, Joe Biden in front of us, and we had to pick a leader, who would you choose? Not even close. But here's the thing. Fortunately, we still have the writings of Steiner. We still have the teachings of Steiner. We still have the schools of Steiner. Very much alive in our hearts, in our minds, if you've studied this man. And what's important to understand is that I can't even put those two in the same sentence with Rudolf Steiner because of his high level of intelligence and intellectual integrity that they lack. So that's what we're up against. We're picking the wrong leaders, and when we try to vote on other leaders, we're taken out. We're not allowed. We're not allowed our vote. Our vote has been taken from us. Okay. Speaking of this, going up against the jab or the military, Pentagon faces a class action lawsuit over the mandatory vaccines. Okay. Service members from all 5 branches of the U.S. military, federal employees, and federal civilian contractors have joined in a class action lawsuit against the DOD. Okay? They face a deadline. By the way, I have friends that are in military that are at risk of losing their job if they don't get the jab. Okay? Not okay. All right? The deadline for the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps is November 28th. Isn't that lovely? Hey, go home for Thanksgiving. Spend Thanksgiving with your family, and you can tell them that you've lost your job. Active duty service member and reservists have until December 28th. Army and Air Force are December 15th and November 2nd, okay, respectively. National Guard and Reserve are June 30th, 2022, and December 2nd, 2021, respectively. Okay, so National Guard at least has till June 30th. Why? Well, they've let them off the hook because they're using National Guard to go out and help in hospitals and to actually administer the jab. So plaintiffs have demonstrated their commitments to the U.S. Constitution and the nation's future comfort, security, and prosperity. This court should demand that the nation return the favor. Telling plaintiffs they must accept or receive a shot they oppose according to the sincerely held religious beliefs or face court-martial, dishonorable discharge, and other life-altering disciplinary measures disgraces the sacrifices these heroes have made. If you want to look at the big picture here, what's important to look at is the following. If all those who stand up for their principles and will not do what they're being told, leave the military, leave the police, leave the first responders, leave the nurses and doctors, then those who remain are already conditioned to do what they're told. Now they have even more power over what they will get them to do. Police, everything. So they only have folks. I mean, if I'll tell you this right now, if I'm coaching a basketball team, okay, and I have 12 players on a basketball team, all right, and I have out of those 12, I have 4 that don't really believe in me as a coach or won't do what I tell them to do when I tell them to do it. I would rather have 8 that will, when I say jump, they say how high, or they jump without even asking. And that's what they're building. That's what they're building with these police departments. That's what they're building with this military. They're keeping those who will do as they're told, including you got to go take their guns away. You got to go administer the vaccine to these people. You have to do, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to keep the ones that do as they're told. And, by the way, that weakens, obviously, our military significantly. So that's a problem from a big standpoint. But, it strengthens our militia. All right. So supposedly the State Department IG is here.
Breaking tonight, at least 46 people
Oh, wait a
are
minute.
dead in northern Afghanistan from a suicide bombing at a Shiite Muslim mosque. The region's ISIS affiliate is claiming responsibility. While the Taliban struggles to control the country, many Afghans who cooperated with the U.S. during the 20-year war fear for their lives, as President Biden's promise of safe passage remains, for them, unfilled. National security correspondent Jennifer Griffin is at the Pentagon tonight, and a warning: there are some images in this piece that are going to be graphic.
For former Green Berets like Matt Coburn, who served 5 tours in Afghanistan, the war is not over. He and other veterans are still working tirelessly through private groups to rescue their translators and elite commandos like the one we spoke to at Fort Dix, New Jersey. Others were left behind and are now being hunted and tortured by the Taliban. Images are sent to them almost daily via WhatsApp, showing the torture endured by a female Afghan soldier trained by the U.S. This soldier in Kunduz province was executed. The Taliban were looking for his commando brother.
Secretary of State Blinken is leading the continued diplomatic efforts to ensure safe passage for any American, Afghan partner, or foreign national who wants to leave Afghanistan.
Those efforts are slow going. Thousands of Afghan interpreters and commandos are hiding and waiting. They think the Biden administration is coming to save them. Afghan commandos kept fighting the Taliban until the very end, even serving to shepherd Americans to the Kabul airport, helping them escape. They didn't have time to apply for SIV visas to save themselves. The State Department says it has evacuated 105 American citizens since August 31st, but says it is difficult verifying manifests for private charters.
Despite our best vetting and vetting to the best of our ability, the manifests were not accurate.
A consortium of 25 veteran nonprofits came together to form Welcome U.S. to show their support for resettling Afghans in the U.S.
What I've found is that the Afghans that are in our country are so grateful to be here. They want to race to become productive members of society here.
Former Army Ranger Nick Palmisano is part of Welcome U.S. and recently visited Fort McCoy, where 12,000 Afghans are still waiting for resettlement.
This coalition is the veteran community saying, this is the thing that we can affect, regardless of anything else.
A recent AP poll found that 72% of Americans say they favor settling Afghans in the United States, but many of these veterans groups say that if the State Department and the Biden administration doesn't move quickly, it may be too late. Brett?
Jen, that's happening every day, right? I mean, these operations.
These operations are ongoing. There are many, many groups that are involved, and there are many, many people still in danger, Brett.
Unbelievable. Jennifer Griffin, her reporting from the Pentagon. Thank you.
Tragic happenings over in Afghanistan, and yet we still have Americans over there, and we're talking about bringing more and more refugees over. So the State Department's Inspector General is launching a series of investigations with Biden and the Afghanistan situation. Several oversight projects related to the end of the U.S. military and diplomatic missions in Afghanistan. So we'll see if that goes anywhere, but it's highly unlikely because, we believe that, this has been set up to awaken the population. We already know that the people in charge are crooks. So, and leaving behind our own people. I mean, this is, the IG saying that they're looking to investigate this is like, somebody walking up to the mosque that just got blown up and saying, yeah, I think maybe we should investigate this. It's like, you think so? And really, you're doing it how many weeks later? Are you saying this? It's like that was day one when 13 American soldiers died there. That was day one. The fact that it took this long, the fact that they're dancing around it and saying we're going to investigate into this and not go straight to the top just tells me it's not going to happen. That this is all fodder. Okay, this is Maxine Waters paid her daughter $74,000 from campaign funds alone this year. She's one of the crooked ones, obviously, and this is just this kind of stuff, which honestly, with people in this power at the level that Maxine Waters is, this kind of corruption wasn't coming out, and if it did come out, it was getting buried. Now, this is a conservative brief. You're not, but Fox News did report it, so it has gone mainstream. She's received over 1.1 million with her mother's campaigns, 250,000 of which came from the most recent election cycle, reported the Federal Election Commission. So you have to report this stuff, but the left media isn't going to pick it up because the left media is bought and paid for. So these kind of things that are kind of leaking out give me hope. Certainly that what Q is talking about is going to happen. The audits are going to come out. Trump will get back, and these people are going to be gone. And remember, Q says keep updating your resignation list. And Representatives Mike Doyle of Pennsylvania and David Price, both Democrats, will not seek re-election. They will announce later Monday. Doyle, 68, was first elected in 94, close ally of Pelosi. And 81-year-old Price, who won a seat in 96, is a member of the powerful House Appropriations Committee. So they're both leaving. And why? Because they're compromised and they're being exposed, and this is the takedown of the deep state. That's why, and it's all coming to light. Okay, this is the Supreme Court. This is an update on a takes up the first gun rights case in over a decade. New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. The state wants to control who qualifies for concealed carry permit by making law-abiding citizens prove they have a good reason to qualify. And if everyday people think New York City's 22% rise in overall crime, 20.5% increase in felony assault, or 17.4% rise in murders are reasons to carry a firearm to defend yourself, officials in Democrat-run New York disagree. Think about that. Anti-Second Amendment lawmakers prefer you call 911 so that a CSI unit can put chalk around your cold, dead body. The entire point of the New York scheme is not simply or primarily to screen out applicants who fail to meet objective standards. It is to give authorities complete control over who gets to exercise the right and who does not. And folks, most of these people they have security. They have armed security guards with them, and they're making the decisions that you can't be armed. Meanwhile, what are we looking at? We're looking at a city that whose police officers are leaving, are having many issues. You have you've got police. You got state troopers in Washington. They're getting fired over the refusal to take the mandated jab, and they're speaking out. They're saying you can't do this. Okay, this is the last time you hear me in a patrol car. Check this out.
This is my final sign-off. After 22 years of serving the citizens of the state of Washington, being asked to leave because I am dirty. Numerous fatalities, injuries. I've worked sick. I've played sick. We buried lots of friends over these years. I'd like to thank you guys. I'd like to thank the citizens of Yakima County, as well as my fellow officers within the valley. Without you guys, I would have been very successful, and you've kept me safe and you got me home to my family every night. Thank you for that. Wish I could say more, but this is it. So, State 1034, this is the last time you'll hear me in a state patrol car. And Jay Inslee can kiss my ass.
Thank you for your 22 years of 5 months of service to the citizens of Washington State. You've taken on many roles in your time with the patrol. In your first year, you delivered a baby while on patrol in Bremerton. You've been a DRE instructor, certified technical specialist, and reconstructionist, peer support member, part of the chaplaincy board, and a CBD trooper. You have been a great role model and mentor for all young troopers serving in the area by sharing your knowledge and experience throughout the years. Thank you for your service. 1906.
That's a tough one. Washington State Trooper. I don't have his name. What's his name? I want to get his name here. Let me see. Barbara, do you Do you have that one's name?
After 22 years on the
I'm not going to do this one. This is Fox, but this is same
force,
one.
a Washington state trooper signing off for the final time after being forced to give up his job for refusing to get the COVID-19 vaccine. Listen.
This is my final sign off after 22 years of serving the citizens of the state of Washington.
It's not letting me move this. There we go. There we go. We'll get his name here.
Well, for me to take
Robert LeMay.
position
Robert LeMay.
in regards to pay would be very detrimental to my family. These are the type of actions they were doing. They were not very open or clear what they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it. People had very good questions. In fact, our chaplain with the Chaplaincy Foundation here, he's even being fired. This is a gentleman that his job is to push the chaplaincy, and they're not even going to accept his exemption.
That's unbelievable.
So it's just not me.
Yeah, I'm sure that you're not alone in this. So what are other officers saying about this vaccine mandate?
People are pretty pissed. It's interesting. I started this off as a Jason Ranch show here in Seattle, and it just kind of blossomed. And we've had thousands of officers from across the country reach out as a support. Because you got to remember, this is happening in liberal Washington State with liberal Jay Inslee, but it can happen anywhere. You look at states like Texas right now, which I'm originally from. Grew up in Keller, Texas, and got a lot of good friends down there. Well, Texas has always been pretty conservative. Well, the more people move in there that think a lot like Jay Inslee, it tends to flip things. So voting is very important. In the state of Washington, guys didn't know what to do. We have a lot of young troopers. The guys that I work with, I can pretty much be their dad. I mean, I'm old enough to remember what an 8-track player was when I was a kid. So these kids are trying to figure out what they're going to do. We have lots of them with brand new babies, medical conditions. There's sole incomes like us. We're sole. My wife works part-time at a place, but we're basically sole income. I'm it. So with 4 kids, with that, people are scrambling. But the support's been great for our fellow troopers. We've been kind of lifting each other up, supporting each other. The outcry from the public has been amazing. I did not even expect this. Mine was kind of a screw you, Jay Inslee, we're done. But the way I've been reached out and loved on by the citizens of the United States of America, it's incredible.
Have you heard, Robert, from other officers that are willing to take the step that you did and are going to leave their jobs because of this vaccine mandate? Because we're dealing with a situation right now where the crime is up in liberal cities like Seattle. And then if you think about how you could have a vacuum of police officers leaving because of this vaccine mandate, it could get pretty scary.
Oh, yes, ma'am. My beat is Yakima, which is Eastern Washington. Our fatality rate is high. Our crime rate, our murder rate is high. We have people just opening up on cars with guns because they're mad because they cut them off. I mean, I've never seen a homicide rate like it is now. It's insane. And you're right. My fellow coworkers, they feel the same way. I mean, a lot of them, when we started off this program, there was several hundred that were willing to get fired. Well, then they started looking at their finances. They looked at what they can do, and they decided to take the vaccination. The question that people aren't asking are how many people that are vaccinated that are still willing to leave. And I've actually asked my command, and I've asked several other people, and nobody wants to answer that. I can tell you it's going to be probably double numbers. The people that have taken the vaccination in the state of Washington, trooper-wise, we're talking DOT, we're talking fire, we're talking buses, all these folks, they really did it long enough to finish off their careers, the few months, or to find another job.
Wow.
So the people that are supposed to be leaving today, I mean, just that's a drop in the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, I would be concerned about the safety of the future of this state.
The choices that people like you are being forced to make are pretty unbelievable. I was reading a portion of your bio, and you seem like a fantastic police officer. Delivered a baby in your first year as an officer. You also received the Red Cross Real Life Heroes Award. So I wanted to highlight those two things and many other accomplishments. So it is certainly Washington State's loss to no longer have you on the force. We did reach out to Governor Inslee's office for a statement, have not heard back. But Robert LeMay, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. And best of luck.
Thank you so much, guys, and keep doing your work. You guys are doing phenomenal work, and God bless.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
Folks, I'm not a fan of Fox, and I tell you to beware of Fox. They will do some good things, and one of the things that they are doing well is they are at least giving a voice to the people who are standing up against these mandates, despite the fact that they're still not to be fully trusted. You will still get some good information out of there, especially when they're giving a voice to these things, to these people whose lives are being completely changed, completely ruined. I do want to make a correction to something I said earlier about Biden having put out this mandate about for federal employees, and I do want to make the correction to that Christy just sent to me. This is the executive order on requiring coronavirus disease 2019 vax for federal employees. We need to go over this carefully. Each agency shall implement to the extent consistent with applicable law. Okay? Think about that again. Each agency in the federal employees shall implement to the extent consistent with applicable law. Okay? Which means local law, which means constitutional law, a program to require vax for all its federal employees with exceptions only as required by law. The task force shall issue guidance within 7 days of the date of this order on agency implementation of this requirement for all agencies covered by this order. Christy, if you could find that 7 day later task force issuance, okay? Executive agency is defined by including the GAO. The term employee means an employee paid from non-appropriated funds as referenced in 5 USC 2105. General provisions, this is where the color of law comes into play, folks. So we're going to do more on this. I just wanted to correct myself because when he first said it, people started making decisions based on his press conference, literally. Okay? And there was no executive order when they started making these decisions and started putting these deadlines on. Okay? So we're going to look into that a little bit deeper, and I invite you to do so as well. Okay? I want to go to back to the notes and congratulate the police officers and all those who are standing up. Yeah, there's no executive order number, is there, Christy? There's no executive order number, so that's why we need to check this out very carefully. So if you would, please drop that link in the show notes, Christy, and we'll have the Sneds dig it apart, okay? So to all those who are standing up to this, God bless you, right? And this is just 140 school bus routes canceled because of the mandates, right? So now, not only are the children soon not going to be able to go to school because they're not jabbed, but they're also not going to be able to get a ride to school because they're not jabbed. All right. Representative Jim Walsh condemns the Governor Inslee, for his no jab, no job deadline today. Today, Monday 18th, is the deadline for most Washington state government, healthcare, and school workers to be fully jabbed or risk losing their jobs. The governor's jab mandate, issued in August of this year, requires state employees to be fully jabbed as a condition of unemployment. Representative Jim Walsh, Republican of Aberdeen, has strongly condemned the governor's aggressive no jab, no job vaccination policy. Today, the 19th District Legislature issued the following statement about the deadline. I want to send my best regards and wishes to those workers who are standing true to their principles today. Those principles defined in our state and federal constitutions may be medical, religious, reasons of conscience, or related to privacy. They are all essential values of free people. Whatever happens today, I believe that in the months or years ahead, the workers who are standing up for what they believe will be seen as genuine heroes. The current governor's mandate to keep their jobs is unconstitutional, immoral, and profoundly un-American. His divisive rhetoric, including calling some Washingtonians bioreactor facilities, have been shameful and not fitting for an elected public servant. It's fear-mongering of the lowest sort. A free people should be able to decide for themselves what chemicals they put into their bodies without fear of losing their careers and livelihoods. The nurses, ferry workers, bus drivers, state patrol troopers, and thousands of others who are standing on principle today are defending constitutional rights for all of us. God bless them. Yes, God bless them, one and all. Fabulous, fabulous that Representative Jim Walsh is standing up to this tyranny, and hopefully, my friends in Washington, you will see something positive happen. Okay. So this is very interesting. First of all, I want to take you, the LA cargo terminal, which is in, sometimes I'll mistakenly call it Long Beach, but it's in, that's why I mistakenly call it, because I can't remember what it is. San Pedro is the LA port. LA cargo terminal operator makes massive Chinese communist deal. Union leader says foreign-owned shipping companies are blocking the supply chain. A union leader exposed the role that foreign-owned shipping companies play in the cargo backup at the Port of Los Angeles, which is causing supply chain shortages in the U.S. Foreign-owned shipping companies that own the terminals at the Port of Los Angeles have not been requesting union labor at high enough rate for quite some time, thus slowing down the process of hauling and transporting goods off ships. Let me see if I can find this for you here. The biggest foreign-owned company running the biggest cargo terminal at the Port of Los Angeles is Maersk, which has many Chinese offices and does massive business in China. Just weeks ago, Maersk sold its refrigerated container business for over $1 billion to a Chinese company that counts multiple Chinese Communist government state-owned enterprises as its major shareholders, giving China more control over food and pharma supply. Folks, do you remember when President Trump was in office and he took back ownership of away from China of the ports on the coasts? Now they're getting in their foot in the door another way. Okay, so this is causing huge backups. If you want to dig in further to that, please do that. Okay, and I want to show you. Hold on one second. Let me find this for you. How you all doing? Good to be here with you all. We're up to 1,844 beautiful humans in the theater. I'm so glad that you are here. Rob Brown says the EO is 14043. Check the Federal Register. I think you would have checked that, right, Christy? Because we normally do check that. So here we have... let me find that. I have it pulled up somewhere. Bear with me, please. There we go. This is okay, I'm missing it right now. But it was basically darn it. I'll get it for you when I have Todd come on. I'll pull it up again. And we'll dig a little bit deeper into that supply chain. Disclosed TV released that Facebook is concerned about the more leaked internal documents to hit the wire at any time soon, sends out a warning ahead of the publication. Right now, 30 plus journalists are finishing up a coordinated series of articles based on thousands of pages of leaked documents. We hear that to get the docs, outlets had to agree to the conditions and a schedule laid down by the PR team that worked on earlier leaked docs. This is what you call damage control by Facebook, to try to convince you that, let's see, a curated selection out of millions of documents at Facebook can in no way be used to draw fair conclusions about us. Internally, we share work in progress and debate options. Not every suggestion stands up to the scrutiny we must apply to decisions affecting so many people. This is Facebook Newsroom, okay? So this is damage control, okay? Yes, we can. We can do whatever we want. So if we choose to draw fair conclusions about Facebook based on leaked documents that we're going to see, we're going to do that. And there's not a thing Facebook's going to do about it. Major Patriot, I'm just spitballing here, but I'm thinking Powell is not concerned about having $600 in his checking account monitored by the IRS. Just in, Chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve Jerome Powell reportedly sold up to $5 million worth of stock right before the stock market suffered a significant drop. No. Could it be? Wow. Okay. This is Jerome Powell. Look into him, folks. Learn more about him. This is the kind of thing that is done time and time again, basically to... by the way, Cameron Kinsey says, I'm outside Southwest headquarters in Dallas, Texas, and employees gathering to protest the mandate are shouting, "Let's go, Brandon." So this has been insider trading going on for quite some time. Now here's all right. Let me find that supply chain. But basically, here's a billionaire that supermarket chain says that in the coming months, food is going to increase by 10%. John Katzimatidis, the billionaire owner of Gristedes and D'Agostino Foods, warned that food giants such as Nabisco, PepsiCo, and Coca-Cola will prioritize raising prices on products. When I lived in New York City, used to go into D'Agostino's. They pretty much own the market there in New York City. And on Fox Business, he said, I see over 10% rise coming in the next 60 days, and the trend will not stop. Food company CEOs want to be ahead of the curve, and the way they're doing it is dropping all promotions. Okay? Why give away something when you don't have to give it away and you make more margin? Experts have said that a significant backlog of shipping containers is currently being processed at two major California ports, is snarling delivery of food and other goods. This is a significant issue here, folks, and the ships. When I was driving along Pacific Coast Highway this morning, there were two huge container ships. Here's what I've been looking for you. Two huge container ships off what we call the Queen's Necklace, which is Santa Monica Bay. And no, don't want that. And this is the shipping lines off the coast of California. You can see how they're all bunched up. Now, this is Catalina Island, okay? This is the Queen's Necklace right here. This is Santa Monica Bay. This is San Pedro. That's the LA port. And then the roads and the train goes right up into Los Angeles from here, okay, which is where all the products come in. Look at the amount of ships off the coast of California right now. It's never like this, my friends. And certainly you don't have ships. You don't have 5 ships backed up into I'm sorry, right here, Santa Monica Bay. You've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is all within the Santa Monica Bay area and far, far from San Pedro. So they're all lined up. This is a significant amount. This is Santa Barbara up here. So you're looking at a significant backlog of ships and ships that are dropping off, documentation. I'm sorry, the containers full of food, full of products that are not getting to where they're supposed to be getting. President Clinton left the hospital from sepsis, and I also want to tell you folks that sepsis is often you'll get that respiratory from respiratory diseases such as COVID. All right. So could it be that he had COVID? What's very interesting here is how much shorter Hillary is, like we saw at the inauguration. Okay, and also this kind of weird kind of Masonic handshake with the actual doctor. Okay, and is this Bill? Is this Hillary? Are these comms? What's going on here? We're trying to get to the bottom of it for you. We don't necessarily know. We're not going to, tell you things like, oh, Hillary, she's dead, or Hillary's been tried and executed, because none of that can be verified. So why would we tell you something that we can't verify? And so this is all about trying to figure out what's going on without putting out bad information. So we're figuring out as we go. And we also hope that you guys are doing your digging as well, and because that's what we all have to be doing. So this is a tragic story. I want to get through that because we got some good news coming up. Because again, folks, this is all. We've been told this is a show. So when we hear about a father whose daughter was raped by a transvestite boy who was wearing a dress, went into the girl's bathroom, raped this man's daughter, and the school not only covered it up, so to keep the anti-transgender narrative out of the news, but he was arrested at a school board meeting. Right here. Look. And this is against the critical race theory. So this is the DOJ FBI in action here. Okay. They declared unlawful assembly. Okay. This is tragic. These are people that are standing up against the critical race theory, and we now know that. Hold on, here we go.
Who pays your salary?
How does a police officer declare a school board meeting an unlawful assembly? This is tyranny. And it's coming down from the head of the DOJ, Merrick Garland, whose son is making millions off critical race theory. And here, they're making these citizens wrong. They're making these citizens unlawful. Okay? This is tyranny. And they're going to arrest somebody?
Now, this is an unlawful arrest. I have a First Amendment right. You're right. Okay, thank you. You're someone speaking rationally. At this point, the meeting is over, right? It's not over. It's not over. We were meeting.
It wasn't over. They ended it prematurely. Okay? And these people were still trying to exercise their First Amendment right. And they arrested this man for his First Amendment right. My friends, this is being exposed. This is all getting exposed. And this is the show. This is the show because you can't tell the public, you must show them. It wasn't getting out of control. Just because people are yelling doesn't mean it's out of control. Okay? And then we've got our corporations that are bowing to communist China, like Apple, who removed the Quran app. Look what China is doing to the Uyghurs, who are Muslim, the largest Muslim population in China. So they got rid of this Quran Majid that was used by 35 million people worldwide, and they made Apple take that off the App Store. Okay, and they had to provide a permit. Okay, and also the Olive Tree Bible app withdrew its app from China after its maker was told by Apple it had to provide a permit demonstrating our authorization to distribute an app with book or magazine content in mainland China. Are you serious? The Quran Majid, according to the BBC, was removed for allegedly hosting illegal religious texts, i.e. the Quran. Okay? BBC did challenge the Communist Chinese Party, and they did not respond when BBC reached out. Okay? And Apple said we're required to comply with local laws, and at times there are complex issues about which we may disagree, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Apple is, padding its coffers with the work of slave labor, cheap labor, underage labor in China. People are rising up. Their new Michigan coalition launches with the goal of getting Biden to reconsider the jab mandate. Okay, several business chambers around Michigan asking Biden to reconsider the mandate, and so they're talking to him first. They're asking questions first. We'll see where that escalates to. We'll keep an eye on that. Minnesota has to shut down an ER. Why? Because of the mandate. And so what we're seeing is the hospitals can't even take care of their ER patients, and they're amid the nurse strike and their urgent care. So what do you do if you're dying? And this is your closest hospital. You may die. Why? Because of the mandate. So the mandates are not just killing people that are getting the jab. Mandates are killing people that won't get the jab, which is absolutely tragic. What's coming out? We're going to get into North Korea and China with Todd. Remind me to come back up to this. This is Tracy Sned, who has supported getting the schools out and protesting today. This is Nancy Sutherland's daughter is very, very big in this, and she is standing up and asking for peaceful protests on today. And we and I'll tell you the way I responded to this. And here's some of the pictures. Thank you, Nancy. It's great to see people out and communicating. No to vaccine mandate, freedom not force. Moms on the ground California.com. Let's go there. Moms on the ground ca.com. Let's see where that takes us. Moms on the ground, ending COVID vaccine mandates for California school children. We're working on a website. Folks, if you're in California, please drop your information here. Moms on the ground ca for California.com. Okay. Drop your information here. Let's make it loud. And by the way, you can be a part of it as well if you're not in California, I'm sure. Okay. So thank you for that, Nancy. Thank you for these pictures. Folks, the resource file, okay, please check that out. Todd, Cindy, please chime in here. Love to get you on. M Seeker of Truth interview, great first hour. There'll be a part 2 and much likely a part 3. All parasites fear ivermectin, and here are the parasites who fear it. Okay, and they're cowards and they're genocidal maniacs. Joe Rogan, I've been drinking lots of water. Brian Stelzer, whatever the hell this little jerk's name is. Joe Rogan promotes ingesting liquid commonly used as engine coolant, because this little twerp was the one that said Rogan used horse dewormer and made fun of him. This man is not half of this man. Not even close. This is what 4 years of Trump looks like. Epstein, Getty, Vanderbilt, Salman, Bush, Francis, Philip, Rockefeller, Rothschild, dead. Pope Francis, Soros, I don't know, soon to come. This has taken out a lot of bad people, a lot of very powerful people, folks. This doesn't just happen. Okay, yes. Are they getting older? Sure. Are they getting, this guy was only 57, okay? Philip still probably had some years in him. Rockefeller, I don't know about him. Salman, he wasn't that old. Epstein was young, but I think he's just been removed. See how it's removed, not dead? So this is deposed, taken out of the office, okay? Interesting quote from A Bug's Life. You let one ant stand up to us, and they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. If we ever let them figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. That's exactly what they're doing with us. If Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are on a boat together and it sinks, who survives? America. Joe Biden finally got a boat parade. Long Beach, California, and in San Pedro. There you go. You need to learn to live with less. Government spending, taxpayer. There we go. Todd, it's the eCam. They've lied about everything and will continue to do so, so you may now exit the rabbit hole. I've come to a point in my life where I need a stronger word than fuck. We've been addressing this on the Truthcast. There's going to be some salty language here. We're dealing with some war. We're in war. Listen to a military and how they speak. Listen to somebody who's a professional athlete and in the trenches and doing everything they can to win a game. That's not nearly as important as what we're doing here. Okay, the military definitely, but the basketball, the football, the baseball, not nearly as important. I walked in on Hunter and his friends vaccinating themselves. This is the unity we need. I love that one. March 15th, 1896, St. Louis Post. To use Earth's electric force, Nikola Tesla's amazing plan to harness free currents. We had it back then thanks to Tesla. They buried it. It's Let's Go Brandon. One of my favorite meme situations with Obama and Biden. And by the way, this is not the same Biden we're looking at. Okay, these two look very, very different from each other. I'd like to solve the puzzle. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. I do not like your mental haze. I do not like your leftist ways. I do not like your son on blow. I do not like you, Sleepy Joe. Rest in peace, Theodore Geisel. Sorry to put you through that. All right, here we go. Hey, Jenny Jones, my 14-year-old granddaughter is putting together a presentation with evidence of how bad masks are to show her school to protest the mask mandate. She showed it to me, and it's very impressive. I'm so proud of her. Jenny, would you like to send that to me, and maybe we share that on the Truthcast? You can send that to me, davesnet@gmail.com, and also please send it to Christy, whose email is on the show notes, and the resource page, by the way. Okay, great stuff. People are standing up. People are speaking out. People are not willing to continue on with this level of tyranny, and we are not going to allow this to continue, my friends. This is not going to stand. We will not sit by idly and watch our freedoms being taken away. Todd, you are trying. Let me try to reload that. There you are. There you is. Hello. What's happening?
Hi there.
Hey, try to get your coughs out of the way before you come on. Huh?
I'm sorry.
What's going on? You sound like you're dying over there.
Yeah, just a second.
Sorry, we're going to have to cancel Cindy today.
Yeah, no kidding. I thought you guys were better. I thought you guys were ready to roll.
I am. I'm great.
He's ready to go. Anyway, hi everybody. Hi everybody.
You sounds like you have a cold.
No, it's just come on today. It's a really bad sore throat and kind of like a drippy cough going on all of a sudden. So.
Wow.
Wow, you sound like crap.
Yeah, it didn't sound like this way.
I haven't talked to her much today, so.
Yeah.
Wow.
It wasn't that this morning.
Well, how was the weekend? Just try to cough away from the mic. That'd probably be the best solution.
You're getting a bad echo, Dave.
You're getting a bad echo?
That's what everybody's commenting.
From you guys or from them? From me?
Oh yeah, it's like it says echo, 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 echo from our side.
All right, hold on a second.
Imagine that. Technical problems.
Dude, it's unbelievable. I think I know the problem, and let me give me a second here. Give me a second. Hold on. All right. Let's see if that's any better there. How's that coming across?
Is there an echo?
Okay, try talking, babe.
Hello. Hi, Sneds. Missed you.
Yeah, missed you. What? How was the weekend?
It was busy. We had a full house of kids plus a guest, so we had lots of kids all over the place.
Awesome. All right, no echo, much better. Okay, so that's the problem is I was getting you guys through the microphone. So, so it was it's weird. In right away the sound stopped working from my internal system. So, just continuous problems. Sned, sorry about that. Sorry, Todd, Cindy, good to have you on, and I missed you guys. It was a relaxing weekend. Today I was pretty much caught up in a few things work-wise, but mainly just wanting to respond to this California walkout. And my response to this now is that we are now. I'm cutting in and out. How can that be? That's really annoying. Huh. That's very odd because now they're saying I'm cutting in and out. Let me know if that continues, folks. And let me try to do this. Let me see. Okay.
You sound really good on my end on Facebook, Dave.
Okay. All right. So we'll please keep me up. Looks like I'm not in sync. But mouth now not in sync, which is very odd. Okay. All right. Sounds better? Okay.
You're in sync on mine, too, on Facebook.
Okay, good. All right. Sound okay on Twitch. D Live. Twitch is fine. Okay. YouTube. So far, so good. Okay. Thanks, guys, for that feedback and your patience. So basically, Todd, Cindy, my decision. I know, Cindy, you decided to homeschool, and so what we're dealing with here is that the sad part about today for us was I decided, talking with my family and our teacher, that I would let Annie go to school, my daughter, and also that we would embrace this school while we can, because we're not going to be able to next year. And so I am working on a podcast and or a letter to the school and to all of Waldorf nationwide that I want to get out there and maybe just people in general worldwide because of the tyranny. So that was my focus today, to actually, take part in this walkout, but in a very different way. And to tell the school that the reason why we embrace this is because we're not going to be able to next year. And it's not just because 8th grade going to a different school. If we were in a younger grade, we wouldn't be able to do it. We wouldn't be able to come back next year, and that would be tragic. So,
You should just make a podcast that says, "Let's go, Brandon."
Yeah, I know, right? I know. It's the Let's Go Brandon dude is going like worldwide. It's crazy,
everywhere.
Right? What's that?
It's everywhere.
Oh, it's amazing. It's so amazing. So amazing. So hilarious. Because the great thing about that is the connotation of it, right? And also the fact that it can be spoken across all ages, and it doesn't have to be crude and crass.
It's a red pill.
Yeah, absolutely. So what would you guys like to talk about tonight?
Well, we talked just for a minute before the show. I know this
Yeah.
is Cindy's. This is Cindy's medical minute. So
Okay.
I was just gonna let everybody know, baby Grace, who we've been praying for, is doing well, and
Awesome.
they're just testing her gases actually once or twice a week now, and so with the event that she'll be going home hopefully by Thanksgiving, and that her eye exam came out good, Grandma Kat said, which was a huge praise to God because of the
Awesome.
high oxygen levels that while she was on the vent.
Beautiful.
And they will be doing in the upcoming future a new brain scan due to her time that was on the oscillating vent. And we're just saying up prayers that she said that'll probably be done sometime this week. And so we're just hoping that everything, while she was during that horrible time, that there isn't any residual damage there going on. So thank you all for your prayers, and please continue for them to go up. That'd be great.
Awesome. Awesome.
And if everybody could say a prayer for this mama who's homeschooling, that'd be great. It's not for the weak at heart.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, our family could use that. So anyway,
Well, hats off to you, Cindy, for pulling that and doing that, and I know you got a lot of support out there in the world, and a lot of people that are doing the same.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm getting another. Well, her best friend is doing it now, and so she's staying with us for like a week at a time and getting her set up. So
It's
Awesome.
called the Johnson School.
Yep, the school
Very
of
cool.
So anyway, yeah. So
Very
prayers
cool.
appreciated.
All right. Awesome. Well, I'm sure you're inspiring to others as well, which is, sometimes the effort that we get involved in may not seem like it's worthwhile for the thing that we're doing, but when you think about the inspiration and the ripple of hope that you're putting out with every action you take and with every day you struggle through this, I think it's really exciting and really powerful, and I just want to tip my hat to you. Which you can get, folks, at the IndoctriNATION.shop.
Is that camouflage?
Yeah, that's the camel one.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that, Cindy, and please take care of that cough. Go Healy.
Yep.
Go
and
Healy.
I just wanted to also remind people that whatever reason I'm being suppressed. Again, whenever I try to log in on my Facebook, it's a crapshoot of if I can. I was allowed to do it for like a little bit this weekend and got a couple posts in, and then went to do it again and they wouldn't let me in. Changed the password, wrote it down, went back in, and they wouldn't let me in. And it's still going on right now. Today, for some reason, it would allow me to go in through, like if somebody sent me a link on Facebook, it would allow me to go to that link, but it wouldn't let me like do anything else. So I don't know what Facebook is doing, but they can F off as far as I'm.
Well, it's no surprise. I mean, your Twitter was nuked. Your Facebook, was nuked.
Well, I
And
could understand my Twitter, because my Twitter, I was really posting a lot of stuff about the cloning and a lot of other stuff.
You were bad.
And then surprisingly,
yeah. Why don't you tell us exactly what you said on Twitter to get completely nuked so that we can get nuked here? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Everybody knows what it was because I had a lot of people following it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So and then the next day they nuked me off by I had my accident. So anyway, yeah. I've been trying to be a good girl, and with this new account I have. So I don't know why, other than the association that I have with Tesla and Paul Michaels.
Don't blame me for it. I'm a good boy.
Ada Lightsned is where they can find you on Facebook. Ada Lightsned, my friends. And
yeah.
If
anybody has a Healy that you're intimidated about using it, because I've seen that a couple times, please reach out to me. Get a hold of me. There's nothing to be intimidated about. I'll walk you through it, get you a tutorial. and we'll get you up and running. But please, if you've got them, please, you've got to use them because it'll be life changing. It really will. And I
Yes.
plan to use my
Yeah.
Healy as soon as I stop talking.
Yep, you need to get off this and use the Healy and
That
quit breathing on me,
go
Ada.
gargle.
All right. Thank you, Cindy. Be well. Feel better. Feel better.
Yep, and thanks for the prayers, guys, for the
Yep.
homeschooling. Appreciate it.
Awesome. All right. Love you. Take care.
Love you too.
My
All right,
friends,
go
we are. I've switched over. I'm hoping that the audio improves with Todd here. So please keep me posted. Supposedly the audio on Twitch is horrible. So yeah, horrible audio on Twitch. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because Facebook is clean as a bell.
Okay, interesting.
Whatever that means.
And folks, if you sign out and sign back in, is it still happening? Is it still happening? Because I got the mic. It's all should all be dialed in here. Healy Lorraine is. She says, "What is a Healy?" If you let me show you. If you go to theindoctrination.com and you go to market, you will see right here is the Healy, and you can watch a short video on it, and then you can reach out through this click, and you'll see some of the calls here. But also, if you have any questions about it, please email Christy or myself or Barbara in the show notes, and we'll get you some information on it. Okay. It is a fabulous healing device in the sense that it is FDA approved for pain management, and it works amazingly well. And it is a microcurrent device and also a resonance device. So please check that out. A lot of the Snedheads are using them and loving them, and great testimonials on them, by the way. Great testimonials.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And how? Speaking of which, is your brother still doing well on his?
He does it every day.
Awesome. Amazing.
For those who don't know, my brother had an accident, lost his arm, and had trouble throughout his life afterwards dealing with the phantom pains and also the problem of wearing out the one shoulder that he uses constantly to make up for the lack of using two arms. He uses the one all the time, overworked it, wore out his shoulder, has massive pain in both shoulders now. And he uses it for the Healy, uses the Healy for pain management, and is having very, very good success.
Awesome. So that's great.
We've all used it, so we all have testimonials.
Same here. It's been amazing for me, both in my circulation with the blood clots, and I use it with my eyesight, which when I've gotten away from it and I've used these more, but I need to get back to that for my eyesight. And it's incredible. So, what you want to talk about, brother? What's going on, man?
Well, we mentioned, I mentioned to you that I was going to go check out Pompeo's first tweet.
Yes.
It was a winner. I just had to dig below the surface again. It was a good one. There's a lot of connections here.
Beautiful. Let me get to it.
Yeah, it's at 9:39. Was his first tweet, 9:29 a.m.
Hold on a sec, brother. I'm just wanting to let people know. Who you are here on the phone. Yeah. Okay. So let me get to Twitter, and I always open to the same tweet, which is Herschel Walker getting the ball and running for a touchdown. Sorry about that. Wrong one. Running for a touchdown. And now he's running for Senate in Georgia.
Unfortunately, I got to see him run wild against the University of Florida when they were number 1 and number 2.
right? And they crushed Florida, right?
Yeah, there's no other way to say it. He ran the ball. Nobody. It was like flag football with Herschel.
Yeah, no kidding. He was amazing. He was amazing.
Unbelievable athlete.
So his first one was 2018, Reverend Kim Hak Song.
That's it.
Wow. So in 2018, we brought Reverend Kim Hak Song home from North Korea where he was being held captive. He handed me this note along with a Bible verse, Psalm 126. I keep this note as a reminder of why our work mattered. Last Friday, we reconnected. May God bless him and his family. Dear Secretary Pompeo, we don't know how to express our gratitude to you and your team for bringing us home. God bless you and your team abundantly with many thanks. And there's his family. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's unlike the president we have in in office now who leaves Americans behind.
Yeah, and also Blinken, right?
Stinking Blinken.
Yeah, who's the Secretary of State. So 9:39 a.m., Todd. So let's go into the queue. We'll go to 9:39.
Definitely.
And
from here, Dave, it's going to be timestamp differentials that we go off of after we get the message.
Beautiful. Okay. 9:39. Do you want to read it for us?
Yep. All right. This is March 10th, 2018. And it says, so Hitler was a puppet of the controlling families of the new NWO, which is New World Order. And you'll notice there's a run of Q posts here that aren't signed by Q particularly. This is kind of a connector. You'll see one where there's only one post that I go to where it's actually where Q actually signs off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. He's not signing off on this.
And this is on 9:39, which when I opened this up this morning, I didn't tell you today when we talked for the 5 minutes we had before the show. When I looked at Pompeo, I said, I'm not going to look at his first tweet unless it's a mirrored number.
That's funny. Yes, that's amazing. And by the way,
yeah,
go ahead.
1221. It's 1221 again, Dave.
Yeah, right? Because it's 12 and 12. 9 plus 3 is 12. 9 plus 3 is 12. And March is say again.
Well, 9 plus 3 plus 9.
Yes. Yeah.
21.
And if you take 9, 3, and then 9, and then March is 3. So 9, 3, 9, 3. Right?
Yep.
Which is 12. 12. Yeah. And so, and you mirror, and if you go further across, okay, you have March 10th, 10, which is 1, 2018, right? Which is 3. 3 plus 18 is 21. And then if you look at the timestamp, this is very interesting. You've got on the outside, right? You've got 639, which mirrored, 939, right? And then on the one below that, you've got 636, which is 939 mirrored. Upside down, right?
You'll see a couple of things like that in the other posts coming up too. That we have to look into.
Cool. So what's the differential? Do you have that? It looks like a minute, 3 seconds, 103.
Yeah, 103.
So we're looking at the timestamp differential between these two posts right here, 640 to 641.
Yep.
Go ahead with 103, please.
All right, 103. You'll notice that there's no signature again. For God and country, POTUS, you are all heroes. Come home safe. Godspeed. No Q.
Interesting. Now in the black, what we're reading, folks, is we're reading Anons asking questions of Q. And here, POTUS, you are all heroes. Come home safe. Godspeed. this is when we get these kind of messages, Todd. Certainly speaking of the military, but also speaking of what we believe to be some of the activities that may be happening behind the scenes that Q says we don't know about. The 80% that we don't see, right?
Right. It's just another maybe 2 to 5% that he's giving us, so we might be able to see 25%. If
Right.
we're really paying attention, because
right.
we're never going to know the other 80% that they're doing behind the scenes until it's all done.
Yep. All right. So on Twitch, guys, we're gonna have to bail from Twitch. Okay. Excuse me, Todd. Hold on one
That's
second.
crazy. One platform, all the rest
Yep.
are working.
Yep. And Twitch was the one that cut us off for 3. Holy cow! I'm seeing that we're off on multiple platforms. I knew I was.
That would also explain why we're down about 150 people.
Shell G says no, it's fine. So, folks, if you are having problems, please jump to YouTube David Snedeker, or jump to Rumble, the Indoctrination, or D Live, the Indoctrination, or Facebook Paul Michaels, or Twitch David Snedeker at Dave Snedeker. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Mama Newman says, remember when everyone thought 12/12/12 was the end of the Mayan calendar? What if it was mistranslated and was supposed to be 12/21/21?
Right.
Something big is supposed to happen on 12/21. That's what Cappy was talking about, and that's what we've been exposed to quite a bit in these dives, and so I'm very very interested in finding out what may happen on 12/21. But again, there's so much code.
I meant to tell you this. I was watching a football game over the weekend. It might have been the Florida game. No, it wasn't the Florida game because they weren't winning. It was a tight game. It was 21-21 with 12-12 left.
Oh my God! Really?
That's when the score was 21-21 with 12-12 left, and I was like, I looked at that and I couldn't get my phone to take a picture of it, but Cindy and I both saw it and we were like, oh my God, look at that, because they had them consecutive. It was 21-21, 12-12. You could see it just as plain as day.
Yeah, it's amazing what you see when you're awake.
Right.
Am I right in calling that timestamp differential 5:07 on the next one?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, this is January 7th, and 5:07 is 12 again, Dave.
Yeah.
So that's a continuing theme. It says, thank you for confirmation so that we may move forward with established comms. Graphic form for each correlation a must. This will be the tool you use when all of this becomes public to provide friends, family, and others. Do you think POTUS retweeted MAGA pill for no reason? We chose this board for a very specific reason. We believe in you. And that was the only one that was signed Q throughout this dive.
Interesting. What do you make of that?
Well, I think I can wrap it up as we go on, and you'll see at the end where I went. But right now we'll just leave it. But yeah, it does. It wraps up pretty nicely.
Nice. So now we've got a 5:47.
Yes.
Differential. Okay.
Yep. And that leads to a picture we've seen before.
And January 18th, 2018. And this is the Pope. Do Do we know whose ring that is he, or hand that is he is kissing? Do we have
Well, look behind him, Dave. Doesn't that that's not Colin Powell, is it? I looked at it and it
no.
looked like it, but it's
No,
not.
I could see
You
I
see the
could see that.
resemblance when it's small with blurry eyes. I go, oh my God. And then I looked at it and it wasn't him.
Yeah. I want to say it's also taken us to 31.
Yes.
Which will go. But let's Snetheads, if you could check that out and see what that is, see who those people are.
Well, in the certain circles, Dave, you know, the Pope shouldn't be kissing anybody else's ring.
Well, yeah, that, you know what, that I kind of was like glossed over that, but in actuality, this is not. You don't have the Pope kissing somebody else's hand, which is why I want to know who this dude is, right?
Yeah. And based on the black hat there, I was thinking maybe it could possibly be the Black Pope, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know who the people are behind.
Yeah.
Strange. Very strange.
Yeah. Let's see if the Sneds know or want to do some digging. Not Kissinger. Yeah. Dudamath says, oy vey. Yes, that's close. That's close. I seen something about that today. Isn't that a Rothschild? I don't know. Do we have any confirmation that it's a Rothschild? Because it doesn't look like any Rothschild I know. So if we're guessing, put a guess behind it. April, if you have a definitive, please send me something. Dave Sned. Okay, so Betsy, yes, I want to see. I have something else I want to check out of Betsy's too, actually. So, Todd, you wanted to go down. We'll come back to this, but you wanted to continue on to 31, yeah?
Straight to 31, yes.
Okay.
And I think this is kind of maybe the reason why things don't feel like they're moving, but they still are moving in our favor, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And this is November 1st, 2017. World stalemate. We all have the goods on everyone else. That's part of the reason why some things that tie back to foreign heads of state will remain classified, not all. What did we just see there? A foreign head of state?
Mm-hmm.
We are in one of the most critical times of our country. Trump and others are working to balance the we're doing well for America for a common person to endorse, while at the same time purifying our government and remove the bad actors who are entrenched. There is so much string pulling and blackmail that we need to cut these off to truly gain the power granted to us by the patriots and hardworking people of this great country. So, you know, in another Q post, they talked about if everything went too fast, it would create worldwide suffering.
Yes.
And that's because so many countries are under control of nasty regimes like, you know, Australia and Canada. You know, you could go on, but, and, you know, there's things going on in Haiti right now that are pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it's not limited to those. And we frankly don't know to what extent they've, you know, some of these countries have been liberated, and we don't know who's controlling what. So we can't really see the chessboard like 17.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a reason, you know, there's a reason why that's the 80% we don't know is this world stalemate. And I believe that's behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yeah. And entrenched is a big word there. that they have to purify the government and remove the bad actors who are entrenched, because that is that's significant. I mean, that's really, really significant, that how deeply these people are entrenched in this situation. Now, Betsy Jones shared a video, and I'll bring it up on that last Q post, and let's watch it here. Okay, we don't need the audio, obviously. If you send something with audio, please give me a heads up on that, because we can't play that audio. Now, this says that this is a Rothschild, okay? I do not recognize this man, and we don't have a source yet here. Now, the common thought would be that this is a Rothschild, because the Pope is kissing his hand, and very few people would get that kind of respect from the Pope, okay? And so, and he looks very subservient here as well, okay?
Yeah, even head bowed.
And look how close these guys are walking around him. Like, look at this guy right there. He's got it, obviously he's probably checking to make sure that all is well with this interaction. But why, if this is a Rothschild, why has this guy got to be right in their face like that?
Yeah, right? They're really involved. They're right in their space.
That doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, what's going on here? Okay. Then he's coming around this side. Get out of my way. Okay. I'm going to come around this side, and this woman, maybe this man's wife. So I'm looking to get confirmation from Betsy on what this is. If anybody else has a solution to this, or has this knows this story, please let me know. So finishing on that 31, did you go anywhere else beside this?
What I did, Dave, was I went back, and I want to do this in the order I did it.
Okay.
I went back to the tweet at this time, and then I looked for any numbers that were there, and I actually, it led to Psalm 126.
Okay.
Because that's the psalm that Kim shared with him for saving him.
Okay. Hey, yeah, I want to go there. I just wanted to say that some of the Sneds are saying they're Holocaust survivors. Because I would not, I do not recognize them at all, and I have, I've seen a lot of the Rothschilds.
Yeah, they seem to have like long, kind of lurchy looking faces.
Yeah. Yeah, and they are Jewish with the yarmulkes, so maybe could be Holocaust survivers.
Yeah, I mean speculation. We don't know who they are.
Yeah, so guys, if you know, please let us know. And I'm also going to pull up this and see what that is real quick. Would be good to know, because what's Q telling us here? I
think Psalm 126 will help if you want to keep going on the dive.
Okay. We'll keep going. All right, take me. Where do you want to go? To Psalm 126.
Yep.
And what took us there?
It was in the tweet directly. That's what was
given
to Pompeo by Kim. Okay. And think about it. He was rescued. He was a hostage. His life was at risk, and he was freed by the Trump administration with the help of Secretary Pompeo. So if we were talking about those being quite possibly Holocaust survivors, then they were freed by the Allies. So you're talking about a similar path.
Yep. So 126 is up, my friend.
Yeah. So mine, I don't know if mine and yours are going to be the same, but I can read mine out of the book. out of the
Yeah,
Bible.
yeah. Go ahead. Are you King James?
Psalm 126. Let's see. Where does it say that? I'm assuming it is, but
A Song of Ascents.
a song of ascents. Yeah.
Okay.
It says, "When the Lord restored the fortunes of Zion, we were like those who dreamed. Our mouths were filled with laughter, our tongues with songs of joy. Then it was said among the nations, the Lord has done great things for them. The Lord has done great things for us, and we are filled with joy. Restore our fortunes, Lord, like streams in the Negev. Those who sow with tears will reap with songs of joy. Those who go out weeping, carrying seeds to sow, will return with songs of joy, carrying sheaves with them." So to me, I kind of get that, what I got out of it was very similar to what we're talking about right now with, people that were, oppressed and were under control of others, possibly. Once they got freed, their mouths were filled with laughter and tongues filled with joy. But it also goes back to, you kind of got to think situationally why Kim would give him this part.
And also why Pompeo would post it first thing this morning in his tweet. What's he, because we are seeing a tremendous amount of comms from Pompeo. So why did he do this one?
Well, I think that the assumption also could be made that, Trump and Pompeo were acting doing the Lord's work when they rescued them.
Mm-hmm.
Because it says the Lord has done great things for us and we are filled with joy.
Yes.
And I think that, Trump and Pompeo were used as the instrument to get them back into this country.
Mm-hmm.
And if you read the story about what the work that they were doing that got them in trouble, they worked for the first American university that was allowed to be in Pyongyang. And you can DuckDuckGo Kim his name, and it gives a little quick story about why they were taken in and why they were arrested, and also why they were freed. Because I think it correlated with Trump actually meeting with Kim.
Interesting. And the name was Kim Hak Song.
Yes, Reverend Kim Hak Song.
Okay. North Korea detains U.S. citizen Kim Hak Song on suspicion of hostile acts against the state. He worked at the Pyongyang University of Science and Technology and was held on 6 May, state-run news agency KCNA said. 3 other U.S. citizens are currently held in North Korea, including Kim Sang-duk, who had taught at PUST. The U.S. has in the past accused North Korea of detaining its citizens to use them as pawns.
In a world chess game.
In a world chess game used as pawns. Yeah. A relevant institution was said to be conducting a detailed investigation and gave no other further details. And through the Swedish embassy, which helps with U.S. interests in North Korea.
Isn't it also strange that was a technology company and he's a reverend?
which is the technology company.
Well, the university actually has technology in its
Yeah,
name.
and he's a Christian missionary, and he was intending to start an experimental farm at the school. Mostly teaches the children of North Korea's elite, this university. Founded in 2010 by a Korean-American Christian entrepreneur with much of the cost funded by U.S. and South Korea Christian charities. Okay, so this was, the timing on this was May 7th, 2017.
So this was before Q.
Yep. And also, it was before, when did he say that Pompeo got him out?
It was in
2018. Yeah, 2018.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, Dave, if you look at, let's go to 126, because that's what I went to, the Psalm 126.
From the Psalm and going into the drop, or the Psalm? Going into
go to the drop.
126, okay.
And I'll show you why this is relevant.
$126, folks. If you're following along, we're at qalerts.app. qalerts.app. Wow, 126. Go ahead.
All right, this was November 7th, 2017. Previous was deleted. Curious. Plus, 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 Q. Okay. So now, what didn't really catch the previous was deleted, other than they're talking about, maybe they're referring back to Trump Twitter, Trump's Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've got all the pluses there. If you go back up to the tweet.
By the way,
I'll show you how I.
By the way, the plus is Saudi Arabia, plus is Rothschilds, plus is Soros on the Q drops.
If you look at it as I'm looking at it, you can see where plus is last.
Yeah.
See proximity to the Q.
Yeah.
Now go to the picture. Go to the picture in the Twitter. He had 4 pictures. Go to the one with Pompeo and him embracing. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has been mirrored, guys. Everything has been mirror. Does anybody else see a Q in that picture?
I was just looking at that. Yeah.
I see a Q and I see a mirrored Q. And then I see the Vesica Pisces. Do you see the Vesica Pisces in the middle?
Yep. There's a few.
Yeah, and do you see the plus?
Right here. It's kind of,
That's Q plus to me mirrored, and I think you see Q plus Q is the last thing read on the Q drop.
Mm-hmm.
Because that looks like, that's just clear as a bell to me.
Yep, that's plus. And we're seeing Q here. We're seeing, some kind of sacred geometry here.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And you could even catch the loaves and the fishes in there, which is a Christian symbol.
Right. Right.
Yeah, there's a lot in that picture. I stared at it for a bit while we were, I just started this dive, right before the show.
Yeah. Yeah. This is.
But I thought it was. You've got plus Q to end the tweet or the post that we had there, and if you mirrored that, it'd be Q plus.
Yeah. And
then you go to the picture and it has a Q plus in there to me. So.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. That's a nice.
I thought it tied it all.
That's a nice tie-up. Very nice.
Yeah. There's a lot. The other thing I did, Dave, was I went and since everything has been telling us to mirror,
Mm-hmm.
I went through and mirrored every one of those drops that I could.
Uh-huh.
So on the way on our original path, we went 939 to 103 to 507 to 547 to 31, and then Psalm 126.
Yeah.
So if you mirror, and I haven't finished this because I thought it'd be kind of fun to do it, without knowing.
Sure.
So if you mirror those,
But
Dave.
by the way, we do have a Getty image of that that says, I'll read it to the Sneds. Thank you guys for dropping these connections to this to that 1Q drop. Israel, Palestinian, Vatican, religion, Pope, Holocaust. Pope Francis shakes the hand of Holocaust survivor Eliezer Grinfield during his visit to the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial Museum in Jerusalem, commemorating the 6 million Jews killed by the Nazis during World War II. Pope Francis denounced the abyss of the Nazi genocide, which claimed the lives of 6 million Jews, as he visited the Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem. Photo credit should read, I mean, this is pretty legit. Now, Getty is, completely controlled, but they don't put out false information like this. Otherwise, they would lose their credibility of, if somebody needs to find a picture of the Pope visiting the museum, Getty can't be putting out images like this and be wrong about it. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. All right. Love you. Thank you so much. No, it's okay, honey. Thank you. So there's credibility here with this particular link, whereas many of the other links that we had were like YouTube videos, Todd, where people are grabbing, he's kissing the hand of this person, which it's easy to interpret, like maybe it's a Rothschild because he's kissing the hand, but also there's another explanation. So this is where, look at the videos that were put out, like, the Pope is kissing the Rothschild's hand. Meanwhile, I've never seen this guy, and I've seen, I think, all the Rothschilds, right? So it's good to challenge these things, folks. There's a lot of bad information out there, right? There's a lot of bad information. Some people were saying the Rockefellers. Some people were saying, what do you call it? Rockefellers, right?
It could be both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this.
See the guy directly over the Pope who's got that weird smile on his face?
Right there?
Yeah. That's just kind of just an odd,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of.
Strange. Well, here's the thing. That I wonder, Q's reasoning for which drop was that now when we were on Q? Do you remember the number?
547.
Thank you. Going back to that, if we're looking at this, there's nothing really going on there, right? Let's see what surrounds it. And I want to get back to the dive, but I didn't want to leave without knowing what was going on there. This is what comes after it, right? And this is Obama speaking in front of Soros here. But if Q shows me a picture of a Pope kissing the hands of Holocaust survivors, we are aware that the Vatican was aligned with the Nazis during the Third Reich, because Q has shared that with us as well. And so go ahead.
We've seen him doing the Sikh Heil.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if any of the Sneds remember which one that is, but it'd be good to pull that up right now, the Sig Heil. Here's 546. Now, this is Soros and Rothschild, right? So is there, and so some were thinking this was a Rothschild, but this is what the Rothschild looks like, right? And then here's Soros here again, all right? So it goes Soros, Rothschild, this Holocaust Museum, and then to Obama. And we're also getting links to 30, 31, and 32, which we also followed.
Yeah,
And
there's an amazing reflection back during this period.
yeah, exactly. Back to the low numbers. 30. Let's go 30. This is was. Would you believe the device was placed somewhere in the White House? This was when they spied on President Trump. You can't imagine the steps learned to keep control, right? And this is, when was it reported Trump Jr. dropped his Social Security or Secret Service detail? That would have been when they felt like they were no longer in danger because they took control. Why would he take that huge risk given what we know? I can hint and point, but cannot give too many highly classified data points. These keywords and questions are framed to reduce sniffer programs that continually absorb and analyze data, then push to Z terminals for evaluation. Think X keys SC on steroids, right? This is the keyhole software that was spying on our population, the hammer technology, and so these they took control of this, and that's why Trump Jr. dropped his detail. Also, Grassley dropped his detail too, bud.
When you see that, they could have written out Secret Service, but they put SS. That's also
the Nazis. Yeah, good call.
Yep,
the Nazis.
But the first sentence, Dave, was actually talking about a room that the device that could harm anybody. They could actually.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. This was not that. I'm sorry, folks. I flew past that. Yeah. That could actually cause harm to anyone in the room would, in essence, be undetected. Wow.
Well, and we've been hearing a lot about that Havana syndrome to a lot of different people.
Yeah, I just closed that out today because it was from Friday night when we were talking about the Havana syndrome and how they put those like kind of electronic machines next to the Havana U.S. Embassy, and they were getting everybody sick because they were sending these waves, these microwaves to them. Yeah, and.
That's almost foreshadowing the 5G stuff, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. And the and what do you call it? The smart meters too.
Right.
And then you read 31. Nice catch on that, buddy. Thank you. And then 31, you just read that one. The foreign heads of state, and we are in one of the most critical times of our country. Right. Trump working hard. Then going to 32, maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. It will send a signal to others immediately, and you'll see the tide turn. Not even the MSM can hide, and rest assured, some will be jailed as deep cover agents. And very interesting. Yeah. Now, the connection here, Todd. Okay, this is very interesting. We haven't talked about this yet. We've talked about it on the show. But okay. First of all, let's talk about this picture here being the Pope visiting the Holocaust Museum. All right? The Holocaust survivors. First of all, the Vatican was aligned with the Nazis. They were in bed with the Nazis, okay? But why did Q put that between these two pictures? Well, two things. One, this family, the Rothschilds, funded World War II. okay, like they did many other wars, okay. They funded, they orchestrated, and and got these people involved in the wars. If you remember, Soros, when he was a boy, was literally working for the Nazis, taking the property of the Jews before they were sent to the concentration camps. So the question is, how many of these people in this picture saw this man when he was a boy who was working for the Nazis and taking the property away from them? And then on the other, to bookend this, we see Soros here with his puppet, which, by the way, Todd, has always looked like, Barack is a puppet in a case, or a mannequin in a case, right? A glass
Or
case.
he looks like he's floating, because his feet aren't on the steps.
Right. His toes are over the
To
step.
stand there with your toes off the steps like that, I don't know about you, but me, I wouldn't feel real comfortable, having that much. That's a lot of his foot hanging over the edge there.
Well, because I wear a size 16, my toes are always over the edge of the stairs like
they got
that.
to make clown shoes for somebody.
I went from 15 to 16 now because I guess my feet are getting bigger. That's always fun.
Putting more weight on them.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And longer. Yeah.
Can you swim?
Yeah. Now
you don't need flippers.
Now, somebody said this is an Obama hologram, but he's on the stairs. He's speaking, and people are actually listening to him.
It's a very odd pose, any way you look at it.
It is. It is an odd pose. There's no accident when 17 drops this. Let's go to 555. I'm sorry, 545. I just want to kind of get an idea of what Q's doing here. 545. Okay. See how he leads up to this. And here we are. Here is the Pope with the Rothschilds. Now this, I can tell you, is the Rothschilds.
Yes.
We've been here before. Okay. So.
And he looks really happy there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks pretty miserable. Yeah, it looks pretty miserable.
He's got a good resting bitch face. Hey, go back to the one with Soros. Doesn't Soros doesn't he look like the Joker? Doesn't Soros look like the Joker?
He does.
I think he's got a lot of Joker.
Yeah. Yeah, very very creepy. This, and by the way, this ear? Yeah, that's hilarious. Oh, you know what? That's Obama's ear. That's Obama's ear, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. So was that at the same event? Look at the background on that.
I don't think so, because Soros is dressed very differently, and Soros, I believe, is much younger in this one than he is in this one. But wait a minute. Hold on. Is this Soros, or is that David Rockefeller sitting down? Did we miss that? Let me see if I get in close and get a better picture of this.
Well, you notice how everybody else is standing with respect. See how their arms are crossed, like the women have their arms. It's kind of like And then you see
there's a reverence there. Yeah, that's Soros. That's definitely Soros. So he's dressed very differently, and he's much younger.
Holding on to the railing, like.
Yep. But that is definitely. I mean, it reminds me certainly of Obama's ear. It's a very odd ear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but going to five. Let's keep. We used to do this game theory, bud. We used to go down these paths, and
Yeah, we
because
looked at a lot of ears.
no, I mean the game theory of following the numbers.
I'm messing with you.
Oh, okay, so here's 544. Here's Rockefeller. Here's Soros. Here's Bill Gates Sr. And here's Ted Turner. And here are the wives. Watch the wives. I believe. Well, none of these
Don't
are
they look
Turners. I think this is Gates. I think this is Soros. I think this is Rockefeller. So this is
not happy.
no, and that also takes us to 28 and 29. So see how this is lining up, right? We've been down these roads before. Let's try 43. $543, the Great Awakening. And then it starts us out on 27. Let's go to the 27, 28.
Yeah, see, this is how you go, and then these will have timestamps that bring you back, throw you back up again.
Yeah.
It's it can be a long day when you really dive deep into
Yep.
Q.
Yep. And I don't want to go there tonight, but I do want to get a picture of what was meant by that Pompeo drop taking us in there.
I just said this.
Yeah, not everything can be publicly disclosed. Yeah, because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed. We want transparency, but not at a cost we can't recover from. November 1st, 2017. 28 it gets into military intelligence and the three-letter agencies. Southern schools to integrate was one of those times. Detroit in 67 and other cities that following year after the assassination of Martin Luther King. Military intelligence units. It talks about how they infiltrated these organizations. Army had at least one observer at every demonstration of more than 20 people. Army's activities were summed up by Senator Sam Ervin, allegedly for the purpose of predicting and preventing civil disturbances which might develop beyond the control of state and local officials. Army agents were sent throughout the country to keep surveillance over the way the civilian population expressed their sentiments about government, policies, in churches, on campuses, in classrooms, in public meetings. They took notes, tape recorded, and photographed people who dissented in thought, word, or deed. This included clergymen, editors, public officials, and anyone who sympathized with the dissenters. Ha 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 ha. Trump has had military intelligence infiltrate Antifa and all the dissenting local governments, always 5 steps ahead. Please be true. This is an Anon asking Q. Please be true. Well done. Picture being painted. Picture being painted. Which, by the way, we just saw a picture painted with a Q. Right? That you pointed out.
Yep. Q plus.
Right? Some things must remain classified to the very end. North Korea is not being run by Kim. He's an actor in the play. Who is the director? The truth would sound so outrageous, most Americans would riot, revolt, reject, etc. The pedo networks are being dismantled. The child abductions for satanic rituals, i.e. Haiti and other third world countries, are paused, not terminated until players in custody. We pray every single day for God's guidance and direction as we are truly up against pure evil. And then we get into 30, which we were already at.
And we're seeing that play out, Dave.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of arrests made for pedophile rings.
Yep. Absolutely.
Like I said, if you look at if you read disclose.tv and breaking 911
Mm-hmm.
on Twitter, almost every day they will
Mm-hmm.
have someone that gets caught either for child pornography or a ring. They'll be liberating abducted kids. I
Yep.
mean, it's almost every day.
Yep. By the way, Duda Math says Huma Abedin, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
And our eyes are on Huma. Yeah. Yeah.
In the date of these drops, Dave, that ha ha ha, what was the date?
You know what? That was that 30? It was either November 1st or November 2nd. Let me get up to 31 and 32. Let's see. Yeah, maybe it was on the higher ones.
32 was November 1st or 2nd, I think.
Yeah. And 33, if we're going up, that was still November 1st.
Right.
But what took us to? I think it was. Let me go to the other drop list. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're not at November 2nd yet. But very interesting. And just following on the tail end, I want to go 549, and then I want to get back to your mirrors. And 549 after the Obama. And this is back to China. And we never did figure out who these other people were. This one's always frustrated me, but we know it's Mao Zedong. And Todd, we were led to this through Pompeo. What happened with China today? We're also talking about North Korea, right?
Yeah, the missile.
And China tested a missile today, hypersonic missile, and also North Korea, I believe, tested a missile recently.
Well, and they were testing missiles back when that mountain collapsed.
Yeah.
And that was supposed to have been done through, that was actually when North Korea got taken back over.
Yeah. This is the Whidbey Island missile mystery. Streak of light spotted over Whidbey. Whidbey is in Puget Sound, Washington. Okay. This is right outside of Seattle and right here. Okay. And supposedly that was the missile that was to take out President Trump. And we see the picture of this here. And we also saw the missile of China's today, which looks very similar, obviously. All right, missiles are going to look fairly similar. But this was where we went today, but also we're being brought back into North Korea, right? With these drops and China. So they're, and we believe, we've gone down this road, Todd, that North Korea was probably going to be used for a false flag to set up World War III and use nukes until Trump came along. But
that was the push. Even the mainstream media, remember beating the war drums and saying that Kim was going to. They had put Kim and Trump as
adversaries.
Oil and water.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to butt heads, but then Trump diffused the situation and spoke to him, and all was good. Now that they're pen pals.
Yep, and we blew that mountain up. Yeah, and that was the mountain that they were working on working on this.
Hey Dave, I'll take you through the mirrors if you want something interesting.
Yeah, let's do that. I just wanted to say Puget Sound is home to the largest submarine base on the West Coast. Why not? Thank you. All right, let's get to your. Oh, I just pulled that up because Todd and I were doing a missile search earlier. That's why that popped up. But let's get to the mirrors.
Yeah, let's try. I just did 301 in the mirrors.
Okay. All right, so this is going to be fun. So 301. Now we're going to the original Pompeo timestamps, and we're at 301. Wow. Fly Ross fly, sweet dreams. Dude, come on. That's unbelievable. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Thought you'd like that.
Wow.
Now, next one.
And by the way, brother, sorry, December 7th, a day that will live in infamy.
Yep.
And I tell you what, taking out the Rothschilds is a day that will live in infamy for historical record till the end of time. All right, where else did you go? What was the other mirrors?
I went in order, so
Okay.
Now we got to go to 705.
705. 5. Okay. Very nice. 5. If we got
Kill brackets.
5 in the kill brackets,
And then
maybe.
what I did there was I went and removed the 0, went to 75.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, this is one we've been pushed to a couple times already. In the last, 2 weeks, I think we were here.
Yep.
This is November 5th, 2017. The strongest weapon in the United States is a patriotic American. By the time POTUS returns from his trip, the world will be a different place. Godfather 3, Alice in Wonderland, and Alice. Lewis Carroll equals Bloody Wonderland equals. Repost. Why did John Kerry travel to Saudi Arabia recently? What is Saudi Arabia known for? Where do the biggest donations originate from? Why is this relevant? What else is relevant with Saudi Arabia? Safe harbor? Port of transfer? Why was there a recent smear campaign against JK and POTUS? Why is the timing important? And then we had all those dots that we counted, and we went down that trail. I can't even... My eyes are so bad right now from doing this, I can't see it. So then I mirrored that. 57.
Nice.
And this hits a certain date that we always talk about.
It's going to be November 2nd.
Yep.
And Huma's book is being dropped.
Yep.
Go ahead, please.
And you can't go without mentioning that either.
Yeah.
November 2nd, 2017, Senator McCain and others roundly criticized Representative Michelle Bachmann in 2012 when she and 4 members of the House Permanent Select Committee of Intelligence and the House Judiciary Committee cited Ms. Abadan in letters sent to the Inspectors General of the Department of Defense, Department of State, Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, warning about Muslim Brotherhood infiltration of the United States government. Why is this relevant? Who took an undisclosed trip to Saudi Arabia? What was the purpose of a face-to-face versus phone call? Alice in Wonderland. It's all going back to the Muslim Brotherhood, infiltration, connection to Huma.
Which is November 2nd, is a release of her book. Right.
Yep.
And
ha 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 ha.
Yep, we just had that. Yeah. Excuse me. We have this is also, if we're looking at 75, by the time POTUS returns from his trip, the world will be a different place. This was November 5th, 2017, and that was the Asia trip, I believe.
Yeah.
And so, the world was a different place because he got the sign-ons. He freed North Korea from the CIA. It was a very, very powerful trip. That was he was basically glorified as the leader of the world through that trip, through the, Japan, giving the sumo wrestling award, the Saudi Arabia doing the sword dance, the crown. They were not wearing their royal garb. He walked in front of them. He was basically, that's when the military intelligence took over the planet.
Well,
Trump,
just like,
Trump leading the way.
the EU too, you have to remember that almost every meeting he had with the
Yep.
G20,
Mm-hmm.
he showed up an hour late, made them wait, made them sweat,
Yep,
and
yep.
then walked in and then jumped right in front. Remember when he pushed everybody out of the way and went to the front?
It's so obvious. So
Yeah.
obvious.
He's like, look, you're in the back, I'm in the front. Get out of my way.
Yep. I've funded this whole organization, and you guys have been, slacking off. And he got billions, hundreds of billions from these countries for NATO. Did you? What were the other mirrors, brother?
13 from 31.
Right.
We just talked about this.
Now, thinking about the timing of POTUS's travel to China, South Korea. I've said too much. God bless patriots. This is where I just to be clear, my friends, this is Todd going from Pompeo's tweet with this this man who was held captive by North Korea, a Christian who we liberated, okay, and looks like maybe his sweet wife there. And we don't know how to express our gratitude to you and your team for bringing us home. God bless you and your team abundantly with many thanks. And so, and this took us down Psalm 126, which we got to go to 621, right? We got to mirror that.
Yep, that's the last one. Because
Okay.
I'm doing it in order the way I searched it.
Yeah. So what's the next one?
13.
We did that one just now. Tried it.
Oh, yeah, 13. And then the next one is 745.
Okay. Go ahead. Oh, here we go. Jeez, man. Holy shit.
That has
Dude.
something to do with North Korea, doesn't
You
it?
think?
Doesn't it? We're back to the picture of the guy that was just getting out of the hospital, right?
Yep. And
I don't
Kim
know about
Jong-il.
you, Dave, but he looked better today than he looked in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Yeah.
just walked out of the hospital.
I wonder why Barack Hussein Obama is depicted sitting in a bush. Find the link. Look around. What does it signify? Watch the water. Very turbulent because the CIA is in control of this man. In this man. What are they sitting on? Perfectly lined up. Why? Learn. I want to pull this out and blow it up here. We've done this before.
Well, this brings in our other character, Podesta.
Yes, exactly.
And then the guy on the end making the triangle, the
Yeah.
upside down triangle.
There's Podesta over Clinton's left shoulder. We don't know who these others are. There was some speculation that this might be Eric Schmidt, but I think he was there in another capacity. This is more of a, I don't think that's him, but Podesta's there What are they on? Are they on? Are these lotus flowers?
Are they pandas?
I don't believe so.
I mean, if you turned it, it kind of almost looks like it could be pandas.
Yeah.
Like with black arms, black feet, and then black ears.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
Oh man, I never saw that before.
Yeah. We need a better picture of this.
Yeah, it's kind of crummy.
We do have one, and it's in a different post. Snetheads, if you've got access to this, it might even be. Let's see. It might even be 744, brother. Let me see.
Yeah, when you blow that one up.
Sorry.
Gosh, that looks like it looks like it could be pandas, Dave.
Yeah, here it is. Here's another one, but I think this is bad as well.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, we've always considered them flowers.
Yeah.
But tonight I'm seeing pandas for some reason. Ew.
What year was this? Kat asked. And by the way, right before this picture of North Korea is the Inner Circle, Mika Brzezinski, background, family careers, McLean, Virginia. The age of tech has hurt their ability to hide, control. Majority today were born into the circle. Investigate those in front of the camera who scream the loudest. These people are really stupid, and is near the media cleanse JFK. Right? I got into that quite a bit today on my podcast that I haven't released, but will. The media cleanse, the JFK, they needed that narrative. They needed to call us conspiracy theorists and control the media. And you have Mika Brzezinski, who's Morning Joe's husband, and her father was Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was one of the deep state statesmen, along with Kissinger, in the planning of the tyranny, the strategizing of the tyranny that you see today. And I know there was a better picture of this, and I just don't know why, where it's at. So if Snetheads, if you have any a better picture of that, I know one exists. Okay, so Todd, where did we go from here?
Let's see. 621. That's 126 inverted.
Yep. So 126 was the Psalm. And January 27th. Go ahead, bud.
Oh, wow. This was just talked about today, too.
Yep.
This is January 27th, 2018. May is neutralized. MI6 SIS is undergoing house cleaning. Queen monarchs seeking shelter. Patient. These people are stupid. Holy crap, Q, you're killing me. Took a sleeping pill a couple of hours ago, and now I'm guzzling coffee to fight it. God bless you for this amazing work that you are doing. Nobody is sleeping tonight. Let that sink in. Q.
So these are the autists that are just all over this, and the Anons that are all over this stuff. And I remember this feeling when we were about this place of just, wow, this is getting better and better and better. This was a part of that trip that we were talking about, right? When POTUS returns, the world will be a different place. All right, this was part of that trip that I was talking about with the monarch. Yeah. 6:21. That's awesome.
And then there's a timestamp differential there because I was at the end of the dives pretty much.
Right, right.
But there's a 135 timestamp differential that I went to, and it's
Okay.
the Rothschild and Banks. So it's back to the Rothschilds.
There we
This
go.
dive stays right on point.
Dude, this is a really great dive, and literally, when we talked right before the show, we didn't have much going in, but we trusted.
Because I hadn't looked at anything, Dave.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly.
I told you, I said I didn't look at anything on purpose this weekend because I knew
Yep.
this was going to be a busy week.
Yep, yep,
Like I think this is really everything's picking up.
yep.
If you look at every aspect, I mean, there's so many news unlocks the map.
Yep, exactly.
There's so many. Even CNN is questioning Steele. Steele did that. In fact, this goes back to Steele with the MI5 and MI6.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, I mean,
Steele
yeah,
was-
Steele.
he did
Yeah,
that
go ahead.
interview.
Yeah,
He did that interview and on with Stephanopoulos, and he's doubling down on his dossier as Durham is about to unload his gun on him.
yeah. Dude, the fact that he's doubling down on that is absolutely, it's just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
He says, oh yeah, the PP tape exists. It does, and George even said, well, why haven't we seen it? Have you seen it? And he
Mhm.
said, no, I just know of its existence. And Stephanopoulos says, well, I would have thought we would have seen it by now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then Steele's answer was that he thought the Russians did enough damage already; they didn't need to show it. Bullshit! If they had that,
Yeah.
they would put that out there in a New York minute.
Dude, they would have. How hard did they try to take Trump out when he was, and they couldn't touch him. He was like the Teflon Don, man. They could
steps
not
ahead.
they
Who's
could
helping
not
POTUS?
they could not touch him. Okay, dude. So this is a better picture sent from Wyoming Gary. Thank you, Gary, and also Wyoming, Arizona. Why Arizona? So this is see their flowers, Todd. So I
Nope.
think this is a lotus flower. Oh, yeah, let me do this. Why don't I share this with you guys? There we go. This is what they're sitting on here. All right.
Pandas.
So I think this is a lotus flower. Okay. What are they sitting on? The lotus flower is sitting on these chairs. But why are they lined up in a row? And
And very strange that all this talk about North Korea, China, and Bill Clinton are all in the same week. Bill hasn't been mentioned for so long.
yeah.
All of a
The-
sudden, he pops out, I'm
The-
not dead yet.
The lotus flower grows in the deep mud far away from the sun, but sooner or later the lotus reaches the light, becoming the most beautiful flower ever. The lotus,
Dark to light.
yeah, dark to light. The lotus flower is regarded in many different cultures, especially in Eastern religions, as a symbol of purity, enlightenment, self-regeneration, and rebirth. Its characteristics are a perfect analogy for the human condition. Even when its roots are in the dirtiest waters, the lotus produces the most beautiful flower.
Like a swamp.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Buddhists say that everyone has the potential to become perfect and enlightened, and it's just a matter of time until each human reaches the light. Buddhists believe that it's necessary to be reborn thousands of times, polishing one's being through many incarnations until one reaches nirvana, the highest state of consciousness the human can access. So the Buddha is sometimes depicted sitting on a lotus flower, symbolizing the one who overcame the pain of that prevails in the material world and became enlightened, just like the lotus flower which starts to grow in the dirty and muddy water, but manages to surpass the water and produce a perfect flower. Many Hindu gods are depicted sitting or standing on a lotus flower for the same reason. So sitting or standing on a lotus flower, right,
So
manages
they're depicted as gods.
Yeah. Now, okay. But the lotus flower is not black and white. Now, sometimes I think, did we go down a magnolia trail before?
We went down something different.
Yeah.
I think Ned had shared something a different
Yeah.
opinion one night.
Yeah. Julia says magnolia. So let's go down the magnolia.
Like a sugar magnolia, like the deadhead magnolia.
The magnolia flower looks like, here it is here. Let's see. Okay, this does look a little different because there's a little something in the middle.
No green petals either.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's see.
Magnolias are awesome.
Yeah, they could be lily pads. Look up the flower of North Korea, Julia says. That's a good idea.
That can't be that easy.
I know, right? Ah, there we go. Son of a gun. Well, way to go, Julie. Julia Rollison.
Wow, how did she ever get that one, Dave?
Hey, this is one of those times when, I could easily pretend like I never saw that. And I'd be like, you know what, Todd? I'm going to look up the flower of North Korea. Let me just go there. And I pull it up and you're like, Dave, you're a genius. It's like, yeah.
Wow, Dave.
Yeah.
You'd never hear me do that.
Okay. So it is the magnolia. Okay. It looks like. And it is called the Magnolia Siboldi, the national flower of North Korea. Okay. The meaning of the magnolia. The meaning of the magnolia flower depends on its color and the culture of the person who offers or receives it. Magnolia flowers are most often offered by men to women to tell them you are worthy of a magnificent magnolia. Magnolia flower is often synonymous with yin on the female side of life. White magnolias symbolize purity and dignity. Okay, the significance. This was found by Pierre Magnolia, a French botanist, who said that plants belong to families, not just to species. The Chinese began calling magnolias by name long before the 1600 era, what the taxonomists and botanists call magnolia officials since the 1600s. The Chinese called it hoopoe. There are many interpretations. Correspondence between lovers. Ah, okay. Maybe Bill and Kim Jong-il. Considered a symbol of beauty and perfect feminine softness in China, South America. The magnolia flower grows on trees, not on vines, bushes, or stems. They can live up to a century. They cannot pollinate without the help of beetles that are attracted by its bright flowers with pleasant smell. Okay. Yeah. And okay. Well, you know, yeah, okay. They bloom but die in a couple of days, says Roberta. Thank you, Roberta. Yes. Okay.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. So, but the thing that Pompeo's pointing us to is North Korea and China, the China missile test, the Korea missile test, the connection to Trump, the trip around the world that he took. They're sitting on these chairs.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I went back to the tweet, and
Yeah.
I went back to the picture,
Yeah.
and I was just seeing if I missed anything. Go back there and look at the flower on the, looks like the wife maybe of Kim. She's wearing a brooch on the front.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't think that's his wife. I think his wife is this one.
Well,
So-
whoever that is, look at what she's wearing.
Yeah, that looks like
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. That looks like possibly.
which would, you know, make
The flower.
sense that you would wear that, right, at a ceremony of a North Korean.
Well, we were sent to the picture of
Yep.
them sitting on that.
Yeah.
So, and
There it is, dude.
She's half cut off, and you still see that. That looks like that
Intentional.
magnolia.
Intentional. God bless.
Oh boy.
God bless you.
Oh my gosh.
There's
think
what we're
Cindy
looking
got-
at, folks. There's what we're looking at. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
That's
Just got to go back and double check my work.
Well
make
done.
sure it's all right.
Well
but I
done.
would say that's pretty close.
Yeah,
and
brother.
If that was that represents the ultimate feminine,
Mhm.
then look at the picture behind with the Vesica Pisces.
Right.
That's the ultimate feminine.
The ultimate, yeah, the satanic. I'm sorry, not satanic. I'm sorry, totally misspoke that. But the sacred geometry, and all this
Yep.
is the feminine. The curvature, the curves.
Yep.
If you start intersecting these with lines, then that becomes the masculine in sacred geometry.
Wow. I think that just tied the dive up. That's all I got, Dave.
Well done, brother. Hey, that was awesome. Yeah.
So keep your
That's
eyes
awesome.
on North Korea. Keep your eyes on missile tests.
Yep.
I just think there's going to be more and more popping out.
Mhm.
Red October, listen to us having to move military assets into the South China Sea. We're doing
Yep.
that anyway, but it's just crazy. A lot of stuff going on, but don't have any fear about it. Just
Yeah.
see what's going on. prepare for the worst. Have your food, have your water. Don't be stupid.
Yep. Yeah.
Looks like things are going according to plan to me.
Yeah.
I mean, never was going to be easy.
Well, it's what we're being reminded of is, let's see. Okay. Okay. So what I was just going to say was, grandiflora. Lucy says, look up the name for grandiflora. It's the other name for magnolia. I think we did. Guys, we've done so many dives, but I'm sure. So this is the grandiflora. Definition: usually tall rose shrub derived by crosses of floribunda and hybrid tea roses and characterized by production of blooms both singly and in clusters on the same plant.
Hey, can you take us with you on that?
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't know if they had a picture because they were talking about Obama being in a bush, and I'm wondering if maybe that had something to do with, because Q mentions what are they sitting on, and why was Obama in a bush if the magnolia tree is a tree, and the other oh God,
Yeah.
I'm getting tired. The other one grows out of the mud in the swamp. Then what's kind of in between those? A bush. And you're going to go to that painting, right?
Yeah.
And it does. We did go to the one that said picture being painted.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, and this is obviously Obama's presidential picture, which is the strangest, presidential portrait in history.
The six fingers.
The six fingers. The just sheer, that he's not clear. He's like half in a bush, half out. The six fingers right here, just the very odd. We're not seeing the thumb, but there's that kind of weird sixth finger.
He and Bush are related, maybe they're saying.
Yep, he's in with the Bushes, right? He's in with the Bushes, which he has been. His adoptive father, Barry Soetoro, was partners with George Herbert Walker Bush and made tons of money in the oil business with them. And that was
not a lot of people know that, Dave.
Yeah, that was Barry Soetoro, and he was very very wealthy, Barry Soetoro, and he got his wealth through doing business with Cargill and the Bushes. And so he was, funded by, Soetoro. He was funded through his childhood, and then it got taken over by Saudi Arabia and Alawid. Here's could be some weeds, Todd. Alawid supported him, right?
Alawid.
What else what else can we see here? We see that weird ear that we were seeing with the Soros Rothschild.
Yeah.
Which
that does look like it.
Which he's backed and supported by Soros and Rothschild. Okay.
That had to be his ear.
Dude, there's no other weird ears like that. And
then there was a little bit of light fuzz on the side that looked like his hair.
It did. Yeah, exactly. Unless it was some wrestler from Iowa or something, they get those.
I have cauliflowers.
Yeah. And
I've been rubbing people too long.
Yeah, exactly.
Iowa, the harvest is going on, Dave. So
okay,
they're harvesting other people.
Yep. and he's sitting on a chair,
just like them,
just like they are, right? And
do any of those flowers look similar, like those? Like see those black and white?
See these here? There's 3 by his left bicep, and the 3 over here. They're not exactly the same, but they are the white with kind of the green middle. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 petals. How many petals are on the? I lost where it was here.
Well, I think I'm gonna pedal my poor ass out of here and go to bed. I'm tired. I'm losing it.
Yeah, dude. Hey, great dive, buddy. Great dive.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
That. See, I told you when I just wait and let it flow, we usually get better dives. If I spend all day, folks, usually it doesn't turn out as good. So I kind of waited around and got the kid doing homework right before class. It went really, really good tonight.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. All right, brother. Hey, thanks, man. Take care of your gal there. And
I gotta do some nursing on her. She's not sounding real good. She's been burning the candle, too much. So
yeah.
Help her out and maybe make her some chicken noodle soup. So
Yep.
All right. Good night.
Good night, brother. Love you, man.
To you, Dave.
Talk to you tomorrow. See you. Love you, pal. See you. Good night. Oh, yeah, my picture is a little crooked. Thanks for the heads up, guys. I got to fix that. Great stuff by Todd, folks. Again, just, it's just, listen, what we're trying to figure out here is we're trying to figure out the comms. We're trying to figure out, news unlocks the map. What is Pompeo trying to tell us? We're trying to find out. Today they're pointing to North Korea, they're pointing to China at a time when China's launching missiles, North Korea's launching missiles. We know that North Korea was controlled by the CIA. We know that Eric Schmidt was involved with North Korea in helping them with communication software and control of the population. We know that Eric Schmidt is tied in with the CIA. Eric Schmidt was given the keyhole, which ended up being Google Earth. Okay, and and so we see quite a bit being revealed in some of these dives. Here's some interpretations. B-Dog, Soros tied into Greenwall in Toronto, home to Dominion. Soros, the connection to the Holocaust victims, because he used to take their property away when he was younger, never regretted it, never had remorse about that. We see the Rothschilds that funded World War II and how they're connected through that. We see Kim and Clinton. Clinton's back in the news because he just got out of the hospital, and here he is being pointed to him back in the Q drops with North Korea's with the CIA control back then, right? So that's how we roll here. That's how we get some of our information, and it's. One of the things that Q said is there are no outside comms, and so here we are with the comms coming in through the Q drops, and that we're always looking for, and so here we are. I got to check my email for a couple things before we move on here. And Christy just dropped this, which we were just being shown. Hello there, slaves. We are the powerful 1% and control your planet, presidents, and the media. We own the world's banking system. We are the new world order and plan to enslave the entire human population, killing 90%, and we will do it legally through wars, disease, vaccines, and more. Please sit back and watch us start World War III. Rothschild, Soros, Kissinger, Rockefeller, Brzezinski, the other Rothschild, Evelyn de Rothschild, Soros, look what he's doing at the border, right? Rockefeller, look what he did with his father did with the with Western medicine, and look where we're at now, right? So this is happening now. This is no longer conspiracy. This is the real deal right now, and this is, hold on one second. This looks a little Photoshopped to me. This picture has always looked a little Photoshopped to me, with Obama's ear, with a different angle, with Soros and Rothschild behind him, sealing a deal, showing the puppet strings and the control over Obama. So yeah, that's where we're at, folks. And that does it for me. And I am looking forward to tomorrow, because a lot of times what we see in today's news is often, we see more of it and more confirmation tomorrow, right? Code Monkey tomorrow morning. What is Code Monkey dropping on Telegram tomorrow morning, Duda? What's going on tomorrow morning? Let me pull up Code Monkey. If you want to drop that, I'll pull it up. Ron Watkins, as we reported last week, is running for office, I believe, in Arizona. Okay. Ron Watkins is saying, big announcement tomorrow morning, let the show begin. Now, here, Ron, well, I'm not going to get here. Ron was in front of the... This is Ron Watkins, here again outside AG Brnovich's office. I want to congratulate our AG for proceeding on election fraud cases. Hold on. I know that that there's no audio on that. I know that. Thank you, Christy. So I needed to do that another time. But this is when he was that he was in front of the AG's office, and he was pressuring the AG to do something about the information that he has. And the AG, Mark Brnovich, definitely has information that that should lead to arrests in the Arizona audit. And so my guess is that tomorrow we're going to hear a report from Mark Brnovich as to who's going to be arrested. That's my guess, because once those indictments come forward, okay, hold on a second. So Ron is putting pressure on Brnovich to do something. And so my guess and my hope is that tomorrow Brnovich is going to come up with something. Okay. Now, here's something that's confusing to me right now is Duda, he just said big news coming tomorrow morning, right? But then that disappeared. Duda, will you see if you can find Ron Watkins, where he said big news happening tomorrow? Because it just disappeared on me. It just disappeared. I don't know if he took it down or if something went in front of it, and I'm misplacing this now. All right. Something about Brnovich is doing something with nunchucks, and Code Monkey's like calling him out, said, no, we don't want to see more nunchucks. We want to see indictments. We want to see you prosecuting and doing your job. Okay. China's putting military pressure on Taiwan. China's also showing off the new hypersonic missile project. Biden weakening our military with the mandates. China will become emboldened after they invade Taiwan. They need the semiconductor business of Taiwan. That's what they need. Okay. Duda, did it disappear? Susie says Obama's left hand on that picture is a snake head. Okay, Chris, it disappeared on yours as well. Yeah. I think he's putting pressure on Brnovich, no question about it. Let me pull back up Obama's. Sorry about that. All right. So you're saying that his left hand is a snake head. His right hand looks like a snake head to me. This looks like an eye. Hold on, let me move my... This looks like an eye. This looks like a mouth. The peak. This looks like a snake head to me, his right hand. I think that's what you're talking about. Is that right, Susie? Unless I'm missing it on this side. Please let me know that. Thank you, Susie. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the left hand looks like an extra finger. That's the weird part. That's like the six-fingered Nephilim. Yeah. Yeah, Code Monkey. I have Code Monkey on that. Hey, B-Dog says nunchucks, cyber ninjas. Hey, that's a good call, B-Dog. Deborah Ann says it was removed. Yeah, I think it was removed. How interesting is that, right? So somebody says, who is Watkins? So Ron Watkins is Code Monkey. Code Monkey was responsible for doing the setting up the 8chan for the Q drops, and also he was involved in 4chan. And so 4chan became compromised. They had to move to 8chan. Then they moved to 8chan, and then the 8chan was taken down because of the, what was it? The I don't need this anymore. Okay, I think it was what was the it was the El Paso shooter, I believe, that had to put his manifesto on 8chan. But while he was in the middle of the shooting, whereas he had also placed it on Instagram 9 minutes, I think, before the shooting. My numbers might be a little off on this, so please double check this. And so they said because he put his manifesto on 8chan that they took that down. Meanwhile, they didn't take down Instagram. And he did the same thing on Instagram, right? The reason why they took 8chan down was because they were trying to stop the communication. Folks, if you think that Trump's, a controlled opposition, or you think that that Q is controlled opposition or a psyop. All I want to ask you to look at is this. Look at how they've tried to discredit Q, how they've tried to dismantle Q by taking them off, calling some people Q, and putting them behind bars. On 4chan, 8chan, and 8kun, they've tried to infiltrate, and now, since they weren't able to infiltrate 8kun, they're trying to get access to 8kun for the communications that took place revolving around January 6th. So just like they're trying to get information out of Trump for January 6th, they're doing the same for 8kun and 8chan to try to find out who actually is Q, right? So what happened to D Live? Is D Live no longer live? I don't know what is going on tonight, guys, but we've been just messed with on Twitch. We've been messed with on D Live. We were echoing when it shouldn't echo. As soon as I turned on my production, my live stream, I lost my sound, my internal sound. I mean, it's just, and this is what's going on. And I talk to people that know what the hell they're doing, folks, and they're like, I don't know what's going on. It's like I talk to people that do this for a living, and they walk me through stuff, and they're like, I don't know what's going on. And so it's very, very frustrating. I want to share this with you before we go, and then we'll, if you'd like to pray, I'll do that as well. If you'd like to join me, I'll say a quick prayer. But I want to show you this, and this is, I was showing you guys the boats. But some of you have asked me this question, and we did cover these shipping containers, right? These shipping containers that are in, they build them inside these shipping containers. They build missile systems, right? So we're being pointed to these missile systems, right? This is a Russian shipping container, Club K, okay? And then you look at, how they're able to be put on trucks, right? How they're able to be put on barges. But this is what they look like, okay? This is one, right? This is a shipping container. It doesn't have to be painted camo. It can be painted with Maersk on the side of it. It could be painted with evergreen on the side of it, right? So they have these cruise missiles which can be hidden inside these containers. And so one of the things that Betsy said was, and many of you have said this, is wonder if any of these ships are carrying the Club K missiles which hide inside fake shipping containers. And maybe their hulls are filled with ground troops. Feels a lot like we're surrounded to me. Hopefully not, but be ready. Could this be an invasion of biblical proportions? Could these containers be a Trojan horse that we invite in, and is keeping? Now, here's the thing about the containers, right? If they're going to be the missile systems, they have to be on the top level of these shipping containers, right? They also, I believe, need some external space to operate, okay? As we saw, you got to flip one open, but if they're blocked on top of each other and on side of each other, so the ones with the missiles would have to be on top. However, if they're unloaded through companies that we saw, bought the shipping lines, that maybe you could get those into the country, put them on a truck, and get them at different places of the United States, and infiltrate us that way. So, is it possible, if that's going on, that the white hats are keeping these containers from being unloaded and being sent into the country, and they're keeping them out at sea because they can't operate out at sea? right? Or are they keeping them out at sea because they know there's troops on them, right? So this is a very interesting concept. We don't know. Nobody knows. Anybody that tells you they know for sure, they're full of it, because how do you know for sure? All right. So the key when you're out there, listening to some of these guys talk, I would just recommend that you try to differentiate between fact, what we can definitely prove, and speculation. Speculation's a lot of fun, but you can only speculate so far, right? Before it becomes just, a lucky guess or a guessing game, right? So, yeah. Wow. This is pretty cool. This is from Karen Durst. U.S. ranchers have raised $300 million to build their own meat processing plant, confronting the powerful 4 corporations who control U.S. beef. Fabulous. That's great news right there. All right. All right, my friends. Hey, thanks for all the contributions. Thank you for, it looks like Code Monkey was removed in terms of his message about tomorrow morning. D Live is good. Thank you, Christy. So, Richard, it looks like D Live is still online. So thank you for that heads up, though. Yeah. And so, yeah. All right. All right, my friends. Let's share a prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together this evening in this beautiful community we are so grateful for. Thank you for the wisdom and the knowledge and the absolute energy and determination to get to the truth of what's really happening in the world. And we are so grateful that we are among those who are awake and that are no longer indoctrinated. And we ask you, Lord, to please help to open the eyes of those who are still asleep, those who are still indoctrinated, so that we may start to transform this planet in a way that only the awake can do. And we ask you to please protect all those who are boots on the ground, taking care of so many of these things that we believe are happening behind the scenes. And we thank you for the Trump team, the Q team, all those working on the audits, all those working on revealing the truth of what's really going on in our world. And we ask you, Lord, for the Snedeheads to watch out for them. Thank you for baby Grace, baby Grayson, and their health. And please watch over Cindy and her and the work she's doing, homeschooling, and all those parents that are having a difficult decision to bring their child home. Lord, we want this to be a great experience for them all. And we ask you to help them, support them, strengthen them, guide them to realize what a gift it is to have the children at home and be able to teach them and nurture them and connect with them and get away from the system that has indoctrinated humanity for far too long. We thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name. Thy will be done. Amen. All right, my friends, I thought it was going to be a short show tonight, and it looks like we went 3.5 hours. So thanks for hanging in there. We're down to 12:13. But much love to you all. And folks, let's keep digging. Yeah, let's keep digging. Keep praying. And keep, let's just, in matters of taste, swim with the current. In matters of principle, stand like a rock. I love you. See you tomorrow. Have a great night. Bye-bye.